say the words. The day I rob a bank's the first day of my life as an honest man, an honest man. The day I rob a bank's the first day of my life as an honest man, an honest man. The day I go to jail trying to rob a bank, the day I finally get what I deserve. I swear that someday I'll tell you without lying, I was born to quit smoking, I was born to quit dying. On that day, not doing heroin will be easy as pissing. On that day, I'll stop talking so much shit about the government, 'cause urine speaks louder than words on a politician or on a prison warden. Urine speaks louder than words. I swear that today I was born to be living, I was born to be singing, I was born to be fighting. But will somebody say, is this resistance or a costume party? Either way, I think black with bandanas is a boring theme. I don't gotta tell ya, crackers are great with amnesia when they wanna forget something like centuries of racism. Say, look at the man on center stage and pay no attention while millions get locked in a cage. Riots break out in Oakland. The urine speaks louder than words on a prison warden or on a BART policeman. Urine speaks louder than words.
Oh, all right. I am here. I woke up 20 minutes ago. Oh, I woke up like 20 minutes ago. Not even joking. Oh, God. Bad lately. 2 hours. Good morning. Thank you. I have some thoughts. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'm taking a. Not a fun pill. Okay. Thank you, Eddie. Let me just look at something really quickly. Okay. Yes, you are in the physical plane. Oh. So, okay, so like couple things. Let's just do some housekeeping. When it's all is said and done, he lost votes, she lost votes. I have a plan. Sorry, guy. I have a plan. Okay. This is okay. No spaghetti. No hopium. Well, I mean, we'll see. Okay. All is said and done. He lost votes. She lost votes. Across the board. Across the board, that's what happened. She just sucked more than he did. That's what occurred. She lost like 14 million. He lost like 3 million, right? There's the housekeeping, okay? That's what I feel like you need to know. Now, with that said, I'm going to say some things that you like, for the people that aren't here. For the people that are here, I need you to like internalize some of this and pass it on to the people who aren't here. Take it into Discord, take it into other places with you. Right? This is not a all right. How do I word this? I'm doing this on the fly. We're in the place we want to be. I will tell you from personal experience, and I know a lot of you are tired. A lot of you are in pain and just sick of fighting an uphill fight. You'd love a day off, right? You'd love a day off. Nah, Crimson. This is more. You'd love a day off. I get it. I fucking get it, man. But take it from somebody who doesn't get a day off. Take it from somebody who lives with something that is a constant, painful impedance and reminder of one's own limitations and mortality. This is a gift. This is a gift. I know gifts. You're like, this is a shitty gift. Yes, it is. It is a shitty gift. Yeah, I know you'd rather a fluffy blanket, right? I get it. You want a day off. You don't get a day off. That's not what you get in this world. You don't get days off. It's not how it works. And and the reality of it is, once you are fucking anarchists, leftists, chaos magicians, right? You don't get days off. You elected to be the one who sees through the veil. You elected to be the ones who know better. You elected you elected to be the one who understands. And I'm going to do it. And I'm going to unironically do it this time. And overstands and understands. You chose to be the one who gets it. And now you have proof of everything that you were suspicious of. everything you always suspected of our system, of your fellow country people, of how things work, the failings of our world and human beings, congratulations. You have confirmatory evidence at your fingertips. The experiment was concluded, and your hypothesis was correct. Yeah, that's what you have now. Now, that experiment was basically on a deadly super virus, but you're like, oh shit, it is a deadly super virus. Cool. All right. So you are now in a position that fighters would recognize. There's nothing more depressing than a fighter who's shadowboxing, in my opinion. A fighter who steps into a ring and has a worthy opponent gets happy. Haven't you ever noticed how fighters communicate with one another? Haven't you ever noticed that? Right? Like a fighter who has a viable opponent is happy, even though they're getting bloodied and bruised, beaten the shit out of, and they may lose. It's what they signed up for. It's what they want. And whether you knew it or not, whether you want to admit it or not, whether you're down for it or not, when you signed up, I'm using work with me here. I'm being poetic. When you signed up for being an anarchist, being a leftist, being a chaos magician, right? When you signed up for that, this right now is exactly what you signed up for. The Democrats are incompetent. The Republicans are malicious. They're both party to a corrupt system. You're surrounded by dumb fucks who don't know their ass from their from a hole in the ground. This is what you signed up for. Welcome to it. It sucks day in and day out. My legs are on fire. My hands are on fire. I am in pain. The moment I woke up, I was in pain. And you know what will happen after this stream? I will go work out. I will lift. I will do what it fucking takes to drag this body into the next fucking day. Congratulations. That's what you signed up for. You're leftists. This is what you signed up for. You're leftists in North America. This is what you signed up for. Welcome to it. This is the match. Yesterday, how many fucking times do I tell you people? 50% education. Curator, it's progressive, it's idiopathic progressive small fiber polyneuropathy. How many fucking times have I told you people? 50% education, 49% direct action, 1% you go vote. Just do the thing. Did you do the thing? The 1%? The 1%? You did the 1%? And now you're demoralized because of the 1%? Welcome to the other 99%, people. This is now the other 99%. So, welcome to it. Now you get to do what we do. Curator, thank you. This is what anarchists do. Now it's time to pick up the fucking slack. Now is the time you pick up the rope. Now is the time you do the thing. The other thing's done. Congratulations, you got your day off. Yesterday was your day off. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. This is your a wake-up call as an anarchist now. Yesterday was the day off. I was high on pills. It's like, welcome to it, motherfuckers. So, that's the good news. That's the good news. The good news is now you get to do what we do. I'm not going to be the one to say, organize, guys, because that was already innate. That was already implied. You're anarchists. For those that don't identify as anarchists, like I said, but fucking that person, that's an outmoded thought process that doesn't take multiple factors into account. Yeah. That's a thought process that was probably died 100 years ago. Yeah. Emma would have understood that argument, but I think if Emma lived in today's world, she'd also understand this argument. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to get distracted by fucking people who do not understand things. So, welcome to it. Welcome to every day of the rest of your life. Zarko, I wish I could. Emma is the person that I would love to argue with the most. I would love to argue with Emma. Are you kidding me? We would have fought like cats and dogs. I love that woman. We would have fought like cats and dogs. I'd love to fucking channel Emma and argue with her. Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be great if I could do that. But that's neither here nor there. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. So wake the fuck up. Put on your big boy and big girl underwear. Pull your fucking pants up and get to it. Get to it. It was always this way. It didn't matter which one of these fuckwits won, right? It didn't matter. It was a cop versus a fucking wannabe dictator. What did you think today looked like? What did you think today looked like? So I know a bunch of you felt demoralized. I know a bunch of you, the prosecutor who refused to let people out of fucking jail, even though she was for minor drug offenses, even though she was told to let them out of jail for minor drug offenses. Prosecutors are cops. They're the same thing. Cat, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Like, that's for those of you, if you have just walked in, congratulations, you can talk to the rest of the class. Get your assignment from the rest of the class. I am not circling back. But this is what you signed up for. This is what you signed up for. And so you should be happy. Like, honestly, you should be happy. It's a gift. It's a gift. Shit's gonna get worse, guys. Shit's gonna get worse. That's where we thrive. That's where we thrive. This is our space. This is our space. This is where we're comfortable. This is the pain cave that I have talked about for years. Physically for myself, but emotionally and physically for athletes, Welcome to it. This is what it looks like. Why do you think people like Cass and I talk about the pain cave? Because she and I are both hardcore athletes on top of chronic pain conditions. She and I live in the pain cave. It's a place we're very comfortable with. That fucking line of pain is an old friend. Pain is an old friend. Get used to it. It's fucking motivation. It sucks. Wrap your arms around it. Give it a nice big hug because it's here to stay. It's been here the whole time. I don't know where you guys thought like you were getting, like I said, yesterday was your day off. I'm sure a bunch of you got drunk, a bunch of you got high, a bunch of you like let stuff out that you needed to let out. But today is not your day off. Today, you and I go back to fucking work. Just like we were the day before. You're leftists. Continue being. You were oppressed from the word go. How many times have I had to remind you guys that there has been a concerted propaganda and a campaign against you since 1920 at the bare, well, 1912, at the bare minimum in this country alone. You've been arrested and persecuted and prosecuted and demonized in the media. Your entire political existence. What changed? What changed? All I see, again, last night, thank you to the guy who came in from YouTube and asked me about Hermeticism. Thank you to that guy, wherever he be. Thank you to that guy. Welcome to the transformation of the Negredo to the Albedo. This is what alchemists pursued. If you don't have shit, you can't make gold. You need the precursor ingredients. Shit. Literal human feces to make the gold. Congratulations. Somebody just delivered you a pile of shit. This is where we thrive. This is where we thrive. There's going to be disaffected people left, right, and center. There's going to be people who are getting fucked over. There's going to be people freaking the fuck out. You're the guy on the fucking gallows who looks over and goes, first time? You're comfortable here. You're used to this. Welcome to it. Now, the performance review. I think I did my job as an organizer. I knew what my people needed, and I think I delivered. So now it's up to you. It's up to you. Every last one of you motherfuckers. You got to get out there. You got to get in the field. You got to do stuff. Same stuff you were already doing. Take advantage. Be Machiavellian about it. Embrace that inner manipulative streak that you have. Wait for the person to be vulnerable and feel like the world is falling apart and strike. Use your rhetoric. Use your orative skills. Use that emotional intelligence if you have it. See them and provide them alternatives. Welcome back to work. Okay? And break. We all feel better now? spaghetti. Hopefully not quite yet, but yes. Text, one of the best rallying speeches I may have ever given. If you, we're gonna, we're gonna clip that. We're gonna clip that. Yeah. That will be up. People need to see that. Yeah. So we'll make sure that it's available, because yeah, people need to hear what that was. They do. I don't know if you can go back to the beginning during Twitch, but what happened? Oh yeah, we don't even use the point system anymore. I didn't even implement it. There we go. Oh yeah. Yeah, we are going to just play the beginning of this stream on repeat. Put it to fucking music, something, right? Like, y'all, it needs to be in your fucking souls. It's a shame I don't get to, like, I can't just, like, you know, I can't delay something like that so when other people and more people are here to hear it. But yeah. Curator, try exclamation anarchism. play that with the background of the state anthem. So I want one of those, like, that's one of the first times we're just gonna make a clip out of it, Caboose. That's where I never get to do one of those, like, inspirational, like, building music things, like epic fucking music, and that's like the first time I'm ever gonna fucking get to do that, probably. Inspirational. Hold on. I'm about to go over to Motion Array and see, like, what I never get to use, like, yeah, it's shit like that. I never get to use that because it's cringe as fuck when people use that. Like, but that's the first time I've ever done something where I might legitimately use something like that. I'll see. I'll see in the editing bay what what I feel like. We'll clip the shit out of it, but yeah. No, Karina. I've already finished the stream. I did what I needed to do. The only thing that needed to happen today was I needed to rally the troops. That's it. That was the only thing. I knew when I woke up what I needed to do. And like I said at the top of the stream, I woke up 40 minutes ago now. It was 20 minutes ago when I started the stream. I had woken up 20 minutes prior. Coach woke up and knew what he needed to do. I know my people. So that's it. That's it. I already accomplished what I needed to accomplish today. Especially on fucking Wednesday. Yeah. Bam. Oh, that's over on Twitch though. That's why I told Curator to use it. Because it would put it into yeah. It'll be on YouTube, Richards. It'll be on YouTube. It'll show up on stream, as you can see, but it won't show up in YouTube chat for them. Sorry. Yeah. The bot differentiates. The chat merges on screen. But it'll be in chat. So, yeah, good boss. It's in chat. It's in your chat for you. Dig handled that for you, Curator. If you have questions beyond that, by all means, you can ask them. If you have questions beyond that and you want to get on air and talk to me directly, you can. If you want to just get in Discord and talk to people, you can, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but yes, that's what I woke up and knew I needed to say. So, shit, I'm doing it right now, Lamp. Welcome fucking to it. Fucking 5 days a week I rally these motherfuckers. Yeah. Beyond that, yes, but we don't talk about that. The off-air works we don't talk about. You feel free to talk about yours, but yeah. Yeah, it's an element of life we don't talk about. By we I mean I. But yeah, the activism goes way back. Let's just put it that way. When you grow up an anarchist in Vermont, and you end up being an Occupy organizer and like, yeah, I've been around the block. Yeah. Karina is correct. Yeah. I hate performative volunteer work. If you were looking for something to do, I always tell people start with Food Not Bombs. Start with Food Not Bombs. If you're rudderless and you don't know where and how, look for a Food Not Bombs in your area. That'll get you in touch with anarchists usually, and you can go from there. But if you're looking for just the general idea, in this community, we say make sandwiches. Make sandwiches. Spaghetti. I'm closed. I don't need that open over there. Were people on the right trying to say Food Not Bombs is a terrorist or anything? Look, again, I see the top of the show message. It'll get posted. We'll make a command out of it or something at this point. At this rate, right? Cat prep. Yeah, like exactly. What leftist organization isn't a terrorist organization? Welcome to it, man. Welcome to it. I feel like that for the first time, a few of you might actually, like, some of you, women, trans people, people of color, queer people, like, if you happen to be straight, white, and male in this community, congratulations. But welcome to actually having some skin in the game for the first time. Yeah, that you might, the rest of us, you're feeling, a little, like I said, some more, but yeah. Welcome to actually having some skin in the game. Yeah, you're going to be classified as a terrorist. You already were, but, these guys are not going to be fans. They're not going to be fans. So you're going to have to assume some positions. You're definitely going to have to keep your head on a swivel, especially if you are in very particular parts of the country. Yeah, depending on where you are, you might have a little more of an uphill battle on this one. Maybe a piece on OPSEC coming up. I mean, we'll see. Don't fucking talk to cops. Keep your mouth shut. Lawyer up immediately. And try not to post fucking video of you of any potential crimes that you commit. Don't take your phone to any actions. Yeah, that pretty much covers it. I think I'm done. Like, I'm pretty sure I covered it, man. Don't talk to fucking cops. Lawyer up immediately. Don't take your phone to fucking any action you do. And don't record anything that may be potentially a crime. Yeah, speed run. Like, that's it, man. But I think shut the fuck up, Friday, exactly. I think for a lot of you, you may find cause in this. You may find purpose. You may find purpose in this. Look, I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass and tell you it's gonna be painless. I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass and tell you that it's not something that's going to be wrought with disappointment and sadness and frustration and anger and danger but I think you may find purpose in this. Yeah. I know for myself, one of the most satisfying things that I can point to is the fact that there are many people over the course of what I've done, especially online, but just over the course of what I'm going to call my career as an activist and an organizer. There are a lot of people who have talked to me, who have said to me, I am who I am an anarchist, I am an activist, I am a lot of things, right? I am X because of something you said, because of you. It's one of the most satisfying things in my world, in my life, to know that a lot of you and a lot of people are who they are because of things that have come out of my mouth, because of things I've written, because of conversations we've had, because of just who I am, because I continue to exist in the way that I do, because I use the rhetorical skills that I've coalesced over these years. And I think that it's time to, maybe for a lot of you, get to experience that as well. It's time for that to reach its next generational fruition. Welcome to it. It is going to be, the ground is going to be fertile for recruiting. The ground is going to be fertile for radicalization. The crops that are going to grow from this ground that has just been renewed are going to be plentiful. Now is the time that you get your shit together. Now is the time you get that rhetoric down pat and you tighten up those orative skills. Now is when you start fucking working. Get to work. Like I said, yesterday was a day off. Hope you enjoyed it. That was your vacation day. Welcome to America. You get one vacation day a year as an anarchist. All right? This is America. Don't let it catch you slipping. Yesterday was your day off as an anarchist. All right? How many fucking times have I told you people this? 50% education, 49% direct action, 1% you take a day off and go vote. Yesterday was your day off. That's it, baby. That's it. I hope you enjoyed your day off. Curator, there is no difference. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. This is you're new, so I shall approach you as if you are a wee babe. There is no difference. Anarchism is a tool belt full of tools. Sometimes you use a lens of analysis, sometimes you use a hammer, sometimes you use a screwdriver. There's no difference. Direct action is a multitude of things. When we're not sitting down discussing something, educating someone on something, everything else is basically direct action. Building a community garden, direct action. Working a soup line, feeding a homeless person or a hungry person, direct action. Kicking a tear gas canister back at a fucking cop, direct action. All of these things are the same thing. If you're not sitting there educating someone, chances are you're engaging in direct action. And both of these things can be considered direct action. But for purposes of education, we make a distinction between them. Though they can be qualified as the same thing. Educating someone can be classified as direct action. But for the purposes of nuanced discussion within anarchistic spaces, well, too bad. You don't get to use common dictionary definitions around here usually. This is a space that actually ascribes to political science and higher informational educational sets or definitional sets. Common dictionary definitions won't cut it around these parts. So, like, it's just not going to. A common dictionary definition of anarchism isn't going to help you. You need to have a university level understanding of this topic and concept to hang. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here. I'm just trying to tell you to adjust your expectations accordingly, because we have a huge degree of education and experience within the greater community, especially over on Discord and stuff like that. Yeah, common dictionary definitions probably aren't going to help you. 5% of the time. 5% of the time. Yeah. This is a community that you know, this is just what's on my desk sort of thing. Like, here's a mild history of anarchism. Get to it. 800 pages. Right? Yeah. Altered? It can't hurt to ask. It can't hurt to ask. It cannot hurt to ask. Yeah. Bingo. Unironically. Yeah, everything's better than the dictionary. Like, like I said, 5% of the time, it'll be useful in this community. But this is a community full of people who have a depth of understanding of theory, a wide variety of theory. It's just not going to cut it. Like, yeah, so you're going to have to rise to the occasion if you want to hang. By all means, we will absolutely, like do a fair amount of hand holding, as long as you understand that we will be doing that. Again, see our statement of practice. We're not a safe space, but we recognize and encourage people to take their own mental health into regard. I agree, and I do not apologize for that. Steele, I am proud of that. In fact, yeah, you have to bring energy here. You have to pay attention, and you have to be teachable. If you're not those things, then you are functionally a tool of the oppressors, and I will treat you as such. I dig. I didn't see anything. I noticed I didn't chastise you. It is what it is. Not everybody's always in a mode where they are receptive or teachable. So, it is what it is. No worries. Yeah, but I look forward to hearing and seeing what you do. It's time for you guys to rise to the occasion. I know some, trust me. I know a bunch of you were already standing next to me, kicking the fucking proverbial tear gas canister back. Don't worry. I'm not negating any of that. But I think for a lot of you, this is your opportunity. This is the time that you rise to the occasion. That you're like, oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. You looked around and you're like, oh shit, fascism really is on the rise. Yeah. This isn't theory we were talking about. We weren't talking in a hypothetical. It's here. It's happening. Welcome to it. This is what it means to be an anarchist now. Chop chop. Get out there, do the thing, and do it. And I'm going to say this is the best, like with as little ego as possible, right? Do it the way I taught you to do it. Don't listen to those fucking moron insurrectionary anarchists. Don't listen to all those fuckwits. Use the example I've given you because it works for operational security purposes. Be the approachable bro in the fucking backwards ball cap. Be the one that flies under the radar because you're like, look, I'm just talking. I'm just feeding people. All right? Just doing the thing, man. I'm a harmless anarchist. He's just, he's got some weird ideas about, organization, but like really at the end of the day, he's just feeding people. Be subversive. That's what I've taught you. Use the ability to fly under the radar, be subversive, get the ideas out there. It's what I've been trying to teach you this whole fucking time. You will always be. Oh, Elliot, it'll be clipped. Yeah. I did one of the most important things I've probably done in my entire career as an anarchist, I think, at the top of this stream. Yeah. Legitimately, I think that was probably the most important thing I've ever done. Outside maybe, the stream with Karina. Not Karina. Fucking, yeah. But, yeah. Because you weren't the one who inspired me to do this. Christina. Yeah. The outside of maybe the stream with Christina, it's probably the most important thing I've ever said. Yeah. 'Cause a coach knows what their team needs. And that is unironically my job. So, going to VOD, be right back. I know a lot of fucking people be like, watch it later. No, watch it now. If you have the ability to go back on VOD and watch it, go watch it now. Like if you didn't catch what I said, what I did, now's the time. Go watch it. I said, we're not doing anything more important. There's nothing I'm saying right now that is going to not be that. That's going to be that or rival that. Sorry. Words. Like I said, I just woke up. Yeah. It works on YouTube. You can rewind. Hey, look at that. Fucking no, you did help me to come out to like 60 people all at once on your stream one night, and that was huge for me. We only knew each other for a week. Now I'm always on the fight for our hopes. Yeah. Yeah, I again, I know that story, Karina. And you're like, why am I like in this space with these new people? Why am I not? And you came out. Like I know that was a formative moment for you. And I'm proud to have been a part of it. This group is, like I said, all things evolve, all things change. There will come a day where, eventually I gotta die too. Like, there's all things come to an end. All things have their arc. So like, it is what it is. I'm very sort of like, when you're out of spoons, you use forks. Yeah, I'm proud of what I've done. When you die, it'll be a chair stream and we continue. Jesus Christ. What if you could actually... I mean, there's a way you could set that up. That would be hilarious. That'd be hilarious. Post-mortem fucking chair stream. Let me delete that email. There we go. AI Kai time. I know, right? But yeah, literal post-mortem stream. Now we begin. Again. For the millionth time, now we begin again. I actually feel like there's less for me to do this time. Because some of you exist. Many hands and all of that. Many hands. Yeah. I don't have to do the arguing solo. I don't have to be the only one doing the heavy lifting. Hi, Gemma. Good luck. Take care. Take care of your friend. Enjoy your hot chips. Fucking Aussies. Yeah. I at least can be comforted by the idea that you're out there. Fighting the fight. Because that's what I need you to do. I need you to fight the fight. Every fucking time. These motherfuckers slight your community, slight our community, talk shit about a fucking immigrant, talk shit about a trans person, say some dumb fuck shit about economics. Every single fucking time, man. You got a billion fights ahead of you. And I can't even promise that it won't escalate to some weirdness. We don't know what the future looks like. But real fascism just came to your doorstep. And for Americans, for North Americans especially, it's been a very hands-off fascism for most of your lives. Welcome to it. Welcome to it. Yeah. I'm hoping it won't evolve to the point of Dutch girls. But reality and existence makes no promises about the future. So, welcome to it. Day in, day out, lunch pail fucking job. That's what you signed up for. You can bail. You can always switch teams. You can always be a turncoat. I don't know how many of you could live with yourselves for doing it. Vree, we're not going to talk about that. It's always an option, though. Always an option. Exactly, Steele. For most of you, it's just another Wednesday, man. It's just another Wednesday. So, yeah. Chop, chop. Get to it, kids. Just don't be opportunistic. Be Machiavellian. Hey, spaghetti. Spaghetti. Does it not? Is it a different trigger for a Prime subscription? Did I just not program that way? Oh, God. Twitch. Hold on. Let me just trigger this and see. Yeah. Why is that doing that way? It should at least update the name. Use your... Oh, okay. I'll have to work on that after. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for the Bezos bucks, spaghetti. Be Machiavellian. Be opportunistic. Wait. Don't be that person. Don't be that person that's like obnoxious about it. When some shit happens though, and your coworker or your classmate or your neighbor or your family member has that moment and they're like, dude, this is fucked up. Be ready. Be ready. It's now your job. Kai's not going to be there. I'm not going to be there. It's your job. It's your job to be like, yeah, it is fucked up, isn't it? That's what it looks like. You're going to have to adopt degrees and levels of emotional control that you never thought you would have to. You're going to have to, rather than I told you so, you're going to have to use that Socratic methodology. You're going to have to use the Aristotelian rhetoric. Nobody's sad, Wayne. We're actually happy. Have you not paid? But I'd encourage you to go watch the beginning of the fucking stream. No one here's sad, man. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift. You could not have created a more plentiful, fertile field for us. We're not Democrats. That's what you guys have to. That's what they don't understand, right? They don't get that. They do not understand that. They think somehow like somebody like me took an L yesterday. We all got dubs. We all won. That's what anarchists get to know. How many times have I told you that we're on the right side of history, basically, no matter what happens? No, Arcos, it's not cope. It's just the truth. She's a cop. He's a wannabe fascist. They're both fascists in our eyes. They're both authoritarian fuckwits. And any accelerationist, any disruption to the social fabric that is caused helps us educate people. Where's my fish? Gimme! We win no matter what. Because humanity's not ready for an actual solution. Especially in this country. But we get to radicalize more people. We get to be there and be like, yeah, you know what? That does seem like that seems pretty fucked up. Interesting. Why is it that way? Why does it work that way? Why is there a Senate? Why is there an electoral college? What is a central bank? Why is there a rentier class? Yeah, it's weird, man. You want to talk about it? Oh, basic harm reduction is the methodology. Yeah. If one's 99%, one's 98%, you go for the 98% because the 2%, the 1% difference is still 1% difference. You take the 1%. That's just pragmatic realism. Yeah. Always works that way. Yeah. Like, you're like, oh shit, I can slow the growth of the cancer by 1%. Well, that's 1%, man. Take the 1% and run with it. Like, people don't seem to grasp this. And that was, oh, Trav, go watch the beginning of the VOD. YouTube lets you just rewind, apparently. Go watch the beginning of the VOD, then come back. We'll be here, Trav. Yeah. Vree, like that's again for an anarchist. Easy dub. Easy dub. You have some real surprises coming up. You're gonna love it. It's almost as if we were right. What what more? Rebel 3. I have 3 in a bowl of popcorn. Yeah, I can't manifest a 4th. I was like, I'm see if I can manifest a 4th. No, it's 3. Well, good morning. Like I said, I knew what I needed to do. Chef Boyardee and tea for me. Dinner for less than $2. Ugh. Oh, that's right. I started doing that. We might watch that. Oh, Kaiser, we might watch that. You know what? Of course, guys. Of course it's that. Of course it's that. I'm back. I'm Barack. Great speech. Definitely need some inspirational music behind it. Also needed that kick in the ass. Wobbles. Like I said, outside of talking to Christina, which caused me to stream, it's probably the most important thing I've ever said on stream. Yeah. I know that. Especially for the community.
In the dim.
All right. Let's have some fun.
In the dim flicker of oil lamps stands the 16-year-old boy, dressed in a fine robe, with makeup on his face and a crown on his head. Before him is an altar, and beside him is an old Buddhist monk, his master. The boy lets out a quiet breath that he didn't know he was holding, because the ritual has been going well. He had memorized all his lines and chanted his scriptures perfectly, but still he chews on his inner lip, anticipating what comes next. His master shows him a scroll with the names of all the monks before who had gone through this ritual with their apprentices. The boy starts sweating. It must be the heat from the lamps. Finally, he steels himself and does what is expected of him. He starts undoing his pants. Medieval Japanese Buddhist temples were not only places of worship, but also places of education for those with enough clout. If you were from a family with any kind of name in the world, you would have sent your son to study at a temple. Temples had different classes of students. The ones called Chigo are what we'll talk about today. They were not the highest ranking boys, but were still from families that ate sushi with gold foil. Their fathers were ministers in the government, temple administrators, or those who served retired emperors. They were usually at the age of adolescence, from 12 to way too old for these monks. But they could get even older.
From 12 to way too old for these monks.
These children, 12 to way too old for these monks, but they could get even older. These children were more disciples than normal students. Each child was assigned a priest, his master. Day in, day out, the boy waited on his master, pouring tea, serving meals, serving himself sometimes. An acolyte had to obey his master in all things, even in the bedroom. Historians compare it to a relationship between a vassal and a lord, or a child and Woody Allen. They took part in religious ceremonies and public rituals. Ceremonies could get big and elaborate, and Chigo made for nice decorations. In art and literature, they're often shown as beautiful and charming. It can be hard to tell in a painting whether someone is a Chigo or a woman. I guess that's not saying much. Sometimes it's hard to tell in a Japanese painting whether someone is a baby or a short, ugly old man. Now today, when you hear someone say age is just a number, you back away and call the FBI. But back then, people would respond with a nod, like you just said the sky was blue, and go back to hitting on their nieces. A 12-year-old Chigo was seen as a child, but a 24-year-old Chigo was also seen as a child. Your childness was not determined by age, but mainly by social status and the way you looked. Chigo had perks that regular monks did not. A monk's head was as bare as a bachelor's house, but Chigo could wear their hair long or tie them in loops, the hairstyle of children. They could dress in colorful clothing and even powder their faces. Normally, a Chigo only studied at the monastery until they became an adult, usually around 15 to 17 years of age. But then, where did the Chigo in their 20s come from? Well, instead of becoming an adult and leaving, a Chigo could choose to remain as one, staying at the temple for life. In one text, a monk complains about his acolytes goofing off, acting immature. He mentions that if they were 12 or 15, he would just find a playground and let it slide because they were young. But his acolytes are much older and should know better. He calls them by the word otona, a word you use for a mature man. But later in the same text, he calls the same disciples kodomo, which means children. It seems people did recognize that older acolytes were different from younger ones, but still put them all in the category of children. In a temple, the borders of childhood were like a woman's crotch in a Japanese adult video, blurry and often under the gaze of a creepy old man. A child could have been 15 or 35, so times have really changed not at all. Sometimes this caused problems because they might try to reward an older acolyte with candy, but that really only worked on younger acolytes. Temples expected much from these students. The Chigo's job description was clear: to study and become a civilized person. Parents didn't send their kids off to faraway monasteries for them to goof off and sleep around. That's for university. Prayers and lessons smacked these students on the face at the crack of dawn, and canes smacked them on the butts when they misbehaved. Monks taught students to be well-mannered, hardworking, and obedient, using a lot of animals in their teachings for some reason. People who talk too much are like an old dog that barks at friends. They accomplish little. Lazy people who eat too fast are like a tired monkey obsessed with fruit. Brave people are like a gnat that enters the flame. The boring don't get in trouble. The priests hated chit-chat. Acolytes were to zip it unless spoken to. Sometimes you needed to talk, like when running an errand, but you had to leave right after the task was done. No dawdling about getting into absurd things like conversation. Still, they did encourage making friends with other students, so I guess you had to talk sometimes. Some of the rules sound curiously familiar to me, like don't walk around with toothpicks in your mouth and pick up your feet when walking. They said well-mannered children would benefit all sentient beings and were an offering of Buddhist compassion to the world. Monks taught that the temple was above everything in this world. One text says that a child is created from two fluids, semen from dad and menstrual blood from mom. They mix to create the child's bone and meat, because semen is white, like bone, and menstrual blood is red, like meat. This means your body is also the body of your parents. You should be loyal and...
Your bones are cum. that's what I just learned from the Buddhists, is your bones are cum.
respectful to your parents, because it means being loyal and respectful to yourself. Your parents are the number one people in your life, and your master is number 0, right above them. Your master has divine authority. This master-acolyte relationship seemed to be even more important than being well-behaved. A master was so divine, his chigo had to stay 7 feet away from him in public, and couldn't even step inside his shadow. I'm not sure exactly what would happen if the chigo breached the 7-foot divine gap. The leading theory is that the chigo would just explode in a puff of nonsense. The behavior of students had religious consequences so severe that they had to be beaten. A good student allowed both master and student to ascend to Buddhahood, shining in a light brighter than his master's
That is factually correct, Wolata. Yes.
head. A bad student caused both to fall into hell. Therefore, not only could monks beat their acolytes to force them to behave, it was their duty to do so. A delinquent kid could go to hell and take his master with him. I assume this wasn't literal. They probably didn't think you actually went to hell for misbehaving. It seems like monks sometimes use hell and enlightenment as figures of speech, like, don't be bad or you go to hell, or be good and you'll go to paradise. There's a legend about the first emperor of a unified China, Qin Shi Huang, and his secret male lover. The legend goes, long ago, the Buddha handed down a piece of advice to a Chinese king, King Mu. It was just one sentence, but a sentence from the Buddha is worth a whole library. So King Mu taught this line to his heir, kicking off a whole tradition, each ruler whispering it to the next. After centuries, it found the ear of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Now the emperor had a soft spot, or hard one, for a young man in the palace named Jido, and they started sneaking around, meeting up for midnight milk tea sessions. The emperor tried to keep the affair hush-hush because it wasn't appropriate, but palace walls got ears and court officials got ambitions. The officials sentenced the boy to a...
I'm just hearing Kaiser screaming about fucking eunuchs, fucking palace eunuchs now. Oh, just fucking. Oh man, the politics of a fucking Chinese emperor's palace, man. That had to be wild to navigate.
One-way stroll, court officials got ambitions. The officials sentenced the boy to a one-way stroll into a forest full of beasts and empty
Scheming
of emperors.
eunuchs.
Before Jido left, the emperor gave him a priceless gift, the ancient words of the Buddha. This divine verse had passed through a scarce number of ears by the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. But, because I love you, I will pass them on to you. So grab some cotton swabs, clear your ear canal, and prepare it for penetration by some wisdom. With compassionate eyes, the Bodhisattva Kanon looks at all living beings and gathers good merit, boundless like the sea.
Really? Really? Weak.
Now, I know exactly what this means, of course, but it's a good critical thinking practice, so I'll leave it to you to figure out. Jido walked into the woods, chanting the words the emperor had given him, but instead of being ripped apart by a tiger, he eventually turned into a Taoist immortal named Pengzhu and reached Buddhahood. That's
amazing. I love any time the Taoist immortals gets invoked. There's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of supposed Taoist immortals. Always great stories. Wild fucking stories. The Taoist immortals were always up to like insane shit too. just blitzed off their fucking ass, running through the fields naked under the light of a full moon sort of shit. Yeah, very Dionysian almost.
Now, hearing about the good manners and work ethic of temple students, you might glance over at your own children and ponder where exactly you went wrong, especially if you're my parents. It's unbelievable that the monks got these kids to be so humble and respectful and hardworking. And it's actually true. It is unbelievable. You shouldn't believe it. The rules of the temple were many, and so were the number of children who broke them. It turns out kids have been obnoxious since the dawn of history. One text, called The Education of Acolytes, is basically this monk complaining about his students. When reading about laws and rules in history, a great question to keep in mind is how many people actually followed them. Often, when you see similar laws enacted multiple times, it's probably because people kept breaking them. The monk complained that these students had zero respect or manners. They made fun of others, like insulting the way people dressed. They spoke loudly at inappropriate times, broke into laughter randomly. They ate with their mouths full, making disgusting chewing noises, probably intentionally. They stirred up drama and gossiped endlessly. Sometimes an acolyte would grab someone's sword right off his belt and cut things to test how sharp it was. Sons of samurai families could carry swords and had been known to charge into people's rooms sword drawn, making them shit their robes. They often didn't respond when spoken to. They gambled with board games while yelling the nastiest stuff and cheated at every opportunity. All that advice about working hard, they went in one ear and out the ass. These boys were terrible students, lazy and uninterested in their studies. The monk even says they despise that which they learn. Acolytes slept like a sloth on weed and woke up late, but still managed to take naps in the afternoon. Much of their time was spent goofing off. They didn't clean.
I mean, other than the whole getting buggered by like an old monk, it seems like a pretty fucking chill existence. Like, yeah, man. You know, I just vibe, fuck off, cheat at board games occasionally. You know, I wake up late, take a nap in the afternoon. It's a whole vibe, man. I mean, sure, you're gonna have to take some dick from time to time, but I mean, really, who amongst us isn't getting fucked by society? So, just saying.
In their teeth with toothpicks and didn't cut their nails regularly. You know how kids and some adults sag their pants? It may seem like they're following a dumb modern trend that makes it look like they're eager for anal, but no, they're actually paying homage to the past because this style has been around for ages. It was actually worse back then. Acolytes liked to wear their pants sagging in the front. From time to time, the real troublemakers would really sag and let it all hang loose in the front, turning heads and turning stomachs. Chigo actually liked to follow Buddhist rules into an alley and beat it to death. Sometimes acolytes were invited to banquets outside the temple, and they would drink sake like it wasn't a sin. They were interested in the religious life.
See? Right now, concurrently, there's some altar boy that the Catholics on the other side of the globe are raping. And that kid has to like live like a Catholic. These motherfuckers, right? They're like, look, I'm gonna get raped by my religious authority. But man, I get drunk. We wake up late. We fucking take a nap in the afternoon. We gamble. We just fuck off, man. It's like, look, all things being equal, this seems to be the way to go.
Life like they were interested in doing their paint or watching taxes dry. Now, the education of acolytes is a satire, so you can't take all of it literally. But there were other writings that mentioned troublesome students. Obnoxious kids were probably really common. Besides their temple duties, Jigo also had to participate in a ritual called Jigo Kanjo, a ceremony that ended in the master and Jigo sleeping together. Hold up, monks were supposed to be celibate, so how was this allowed? The ritual was a whole elaborate thing. I won't go into detail in this video here,
Boo!
but I can tell you what the ceremony was supposed to do. By the power of Buddhist magic, it transformed the Chigo's body into 3 divine beings: the Buddha Dainichi, the Bodhisattva Kannon, and the central god of Tendai Buddhism, Sano Gongen. All kinds of rituals were designed to make the body of the Chigo so sacred it could piss green tea. Sex was forbidden, but this ritual allowed for a kind of Buddhist sexuality. You couldn't have sex with another person, but with the sacred bodies of these holy beings, how could that be sinful, they thought. It brought both master and apprentice closer to enlightenment. Now, if you've been paying attention...
The degree of rationalization here is actually impressive.
This ritual, where a boy goes full Buddha mode, along with an affair between a man and his very young male lover, should ring some temple bells in your head. Yeah, it's the legend of Qin Shi Huang and Jido. Jido turns into a holy Buddha. It's so similar to the legend that the ritual was likely based on it. Now you might say, there must have been some other similar stories, right? How do we know the ritual was based on this one? Well, what if I told you that there's one part in the ritual where the master gives his apprentice those same divine words of the Buddha that Qin Shi Huang gave to Jido, and the apprentice was supposed to recite it 3 times? At first glance, this ceremony might seem like it was probably just an excuse for monks to release their sexual frustrations. But when you read more about it, you realize that it was totally just an excuse. No monk ever said, "Oh my Buddha, it's Wednesday. I gotta go do the little boy abuse ritual again. What a drag." It was a thirst ritual to normalize sex with their acolytes. They didn't do it like amateurs, though. All parts of the ritual tied back to Buddhism with solid strings of reasoning. It's like writing a PhD dissertation that could stand up to the questioning of a dissertation committee on why it's good to fuck your student. Temples were full of brilliant minds, all grappling with crippling sexual repression.
Yeah, this is an impressive degree of rationalization. Like, this is, like, I can imagine, dude, like, this is, okay, just imagine, like, a Japanese tea ceremony. All right, like, that degree of over-the-top, near obsessive-compulsive disorder levels of attention to detail, right? Like, yeah, this isn't just some, like, filthy priest like slipping a finger into an altar boy in the rectory and then feeling guilty about it. This is a whole production. Yeah, this is an impressive degree of rationalization.
Often did they perform this ritual? A monk named Sosho once wrote that he wished to resist his temptations and vowed to keep relations with only one boy. Before, he had slept with over 100 acolytes. Now, this monk might be at the extreme end of the PP, but it seems like a monk could sleep with at least a few acolytes. It happened often. Even though sex was the main part of the ceremony, most of it involved doing non-sexual preparation and prayers. If you really want to know the details of the ceremony, I have a premium video about it on my Patreon.
That's amazing. Dinner, a show, and a special victims unit episode.
Link in the description. If it's not there, it should be there soon. Or you don't have to do that. You can watch another video on the Chigo and their relationships with their masters by clicking here. Today on Patreon, we actually... So it looks like the Olympic Games are in Japan this year. Not many people know this, but medieval Japan was supposed to host the Olympics once, but the International Olympic Committee cancelled it due to fears of Buddhist monks dominating the gymnastics events. This was after they saw the mental gymnastics that medieval Japanese monks performed when justifying why they kept breaking their vows against having sex. Medieval Japanese temples had these child assistants called chigo, or acolyte. They were like altar boys. Influential families often sent their sons to Buddhist monasteries to study. They did it for the same reason that people today send their kids to boarding schools. Parenting is easier when done by other people. You can always trust priests to take care of your boy. Chigo families were pretty well off. They included mid to upper tier families, families of temple administrators, and families of workers for important government figures. Temples had a whole hierarchy of acolytes. Chigo were pretty high up there, second from the top, right beneath the sons of elite aristocratic families. Becoming a Chigo automatically gave you high status, sometimes even higher than the family you came from. The monastery gave these boys a top-tier education. They were taught the arts like singing, dancing, playing instruments, literature, and poetry, everything they needed to be classy aristocrats that normal people looked up to and wished to rob. They also made political connections and mined karma coins that they could cash out after death. They actually gained plenty of benefits, and all they had to give up in return were their bodies, which we'll talk about later. These boys were usually around 12 to 19 years old. The Chigo stage of monastery life only lasted 4 to 5 years, after which they either left to start a family or became adult monks and maybe acquired a Chigo of their own. So, why did families ship their sons off to temples? If you asked a father this back then, he would look at you funny and say, "Why the hell not?" before turning around and sleeping with his servant. Why not, indeed? Large Buddhist temples had connections to all the elites, and drained these connections into massive pools of influence. Plus, get on their bad side and they'll pray your army away like they did the Mongols. A family that wanted to tap into these pools to suckle on the fluid of influence would arrange to have their son enter a temple to serve some monk. Like how a political marriage brings two families together, a Chigo master relationship brought a family and a temple together.
I'm just saying, right? Like this some old school traditional relationship stuff, right? Imagine turning out your 12-year-old son so you can fulfill your political ambitions. This some old school traditional relationship shit, right? It's like, yeah, listen, son, I love you. It's great. You're my firstborn. You're everything to me. I need you to do something for me. You see, your father has some political ambitions. And you know how I've been trying to get into the emperor's court for years now. And I think I have a way that you can help your old pops make inroads with some of the aristocratic families. Yes, Daddy? What do you want? Well, you see that old bald guy over there? Yeah? I'm going to need you to fuck him. Well, more accurately, I'm going to need you to let him fuck you. It's going to be fancy. It's going to be lots of stuff you need to do. But yeah, you're gonna need to take that monk dick for, well, at least 5 years probably. And then our family can move up in the world. Yeah. Yeah. I already. It's fucking.
Closer, at least. This was a win-win-win. The Chigo got an elite education and political connections, the family gained favor with the temple, and the temple obtained some prestige, plus a new servant. And so, powerful parents from across the land told their sons, "Have fun at monastery school, I'll pick you up in 5 years," then turned around and slept with their servants. Acolytes had two main duties: to dance and perform in religious ceremonies, and to serve their masters in every way, including sexually. The first duty was important too, but this is a video about the second. Monks were really into that second duty. Chigo had this androgynous beauty, a little feminine, a little masculine. For some reason, Japan had a history of liking this kind of bi-gender beauty. For example, shirabiyoshi dancers were popular female performers in medieval Japan who dressed like men. Alright, check out this piece of art. Is this a woman or a Chigo?
Yes.
Hard to tell, right? Don't worry, you're not dumb, I assume. Even historians have a hard time. In fact, one old story trope was the sexually confused monk, where a monk would be confused as to whether the beauty he had just met was a woman or a Chigo. This painting is actually a Chigo. You can tell because he's not wearing women's clothing, and because the artwork is from a collection called Booklet of Chigo, which is this explicit adult/comedy booklet that we will peruse in a bit. So go ahead and burn your Bible and get ready. The first thing you'll notice about a Chigo is his long, voluptuous ponytail. Children also wore their hair long, sometimes in loops. When children became adults, they cut their hair into that symbol of adulthood called the top knot. For Chigo, keeping their long hair meant extending their childhood or delaying their adulthood. Acolytes lived at the Mexican border between childhood and adulthood. Acolytes also wore white makeup and fancy clothes. They definitely looked different from the usual monks with no fashion sense. Those robes are absolutely last century. The relationship between a Chigo and his master was often arranged by the Chigo's family and the temple. The Chigo's job was to learn from his master, but also to serve his master. He was expected to be obedient, even in the bedroom. The samurai actually liked this Chigo system so much that they kinda copied it to create the Shudo tradition, where samurai had sex with their young male underlings. In the monastery world, Chigo master relationships were seen as normal.
Noticing a pattern.
And mutually beneficial, totally not abusive. Now, these boys did come from influential families, so monks would have thought twice before forcing their acolytes into sex. But sometimes thinking twice only makes you doubly wrong. Abuse must have happened once in a while, though we don't have much direct evidence of it. There's no diary entry where a monk holds down his Chigo and forces him to do something monstrous like watching hentai or something. We haven't seen that. We can only guess that abuse did happen sometimes because there are a million fictional stories about Chigo abuse and suicide. But in general, the Chigo and his master seemed like normal lovers, except the master was much older and had huge power over his partner, so like normal Hollywood lovers. Husbands back then.
You really are fucking dumb as shit, aren't you? I've been fairly agnostic to your existence, but it seems you need attention. You see, that's the problem, is that straight people exist. I mean, dudes raping small girls all the time. It's the predominant degree of sexual abuse in this world. Overwhelming amount of sexual abuse in this world. It's straight people. And that's just, I guess straight people have always existed. That's the problem. If only straight people didn't exist, young girls wouldn't be raped. Yep. It is straight people that's the problem. Heterosexuality has always existed. That's why young girls get raped. The fact that you still are so stupid that you don't understand what I'm saying is astounding to me. You are ignorant on a level that I'm actually kind of staggered that you did not understand you did not pick up what I was putting down. The fact that you do not differentiate between heterosexuality and pedophilia is staggering. That's astounding that you see pedophilia and heterosexuality as the same thing. Makes me wonder about you. I kind of want the FBI to check your hard drive. Yeah, I kind of want the FBI to check your hard drive. That makes me wonder about you. That you did not, in your head, you were like, whoa, it's because there's more straight people. That you don't understand pedophilia is its own thing. That a typical straight person doesn't look at an 8-year-old girl and go, wonka, wonka. A typical straight person goes, that's a child. I'm not sexually aroused by that. Your inability to differentiate between these two attractions in your mind, to me, makes me wonder if you are a pedophile or not. You at least have some sort of pedophilistic impulse. The fact that you were unable to differentiate between this in your head when everybody else in this room, guaranteed, instantly was like, yeah, it's because they're not pedophiles. Like, homie, do we need to review your hard drive? Like, legitimately. You have my attention. You obviously needed attention. Now you have it. Wasn't it nicer when you didn't have it? Wasn't it nicer when you weren't suspected of being a pedophile by every other person in this chat right now? A racist, white supremacist pedophile. That's what you are suspected of being right now. Congratulations. You got my attention. Chat cleared. No, Vri. If we have to wipe the record of something, we wipe the record. I'm not watching Richard Spencer. Unless it's a video of him getting tagged on the street corner. I'll watch that. So, just a heads up, just deleting a file doesn't delete it. You should probably be aware of that.
Men had similar power over their wives. Medieval Japan was all about that power imbalance in relationships. Male-male sex was okay if there was a big difference in age or power. It was frowned upon when the relationship was between two equals. Like, he's not your boss? That's weird, bro. Male nobles of equal rank had to keep their affairs secret. because doing it openly would have gotten them kicked out of the weekly emo poetry jam. This was why, when the Chigo became an adult, older priests were no longer interested. Sometimes this ended in tragedy. In one case, a Chigo grew up but continued serving his master as an adult. Sadly, his master was no longer attracted to such an old young man, leading the young man to kill himself from grief. These relationships were supposed to be monogamous, but monogamy breaks under the unstoppable force of a tight rear end. Cheating was rampant. Whenever you have priests and boys in such close proximity, some snakes are bound to crawl into the wrong hole. Sometimes couples took vows to strengthen their relationships, making it worse when the vows were broken. Masters were more likely than their acolytes to seek other temporary partners. Monks were party animals. They went to festivals and religious ceremonies, great places to meet new boys, because acolytes performed at these events. They would send endless poems to their love interests. Sappy love poems were the most common way to attract a Chigo. It also works in the modern day. Go ahead and hand a poem to that girl at the bar. It'll work, I promise. When a Chigo became old enough, his master could choose to keep him or let him go, like he was some kind of sexy salmon. When the boy could leave was up to his master. Sometimes the boy did want to stay longer, but of course this whole thing was ripe for abuse. His master could choose to keep him in Chigo status forever. In practice, though, his family would not appreciate a temple keeping their son prisoner forever. Most Chigo became adults after 4 or 5 years of service. Rampant kinky sex is not the first thing you picture when you think about Buddhist monks. I'm going to change that. Temple writings were surprisingly explicit and used creative euphemisms, like the flower of Dharma nature meant the butthole, and the fire of ignorance meant the penis. This is how you know monks were top-tier writers. They made the fire of ignorance meant the penis. This is how you know monks were top-tier writers. They made sex sound like you're on a quest to destroy the One Ring. Sauron's flower of Dharma nature will
I know, right, Caboose? Right? Like, why are our religious weirdos this like creative at least? Oh, have fun, Karina. Congratulations. Fucking his fire of ignorance thrust into his flower of Dharma nature fucking repeatedly.
be wrecked by your fire of ignorance. There were instructions to train acolytes on how to perform and behave in bed. Monks were supposed to make acolytes understand the importance of regular sex. The fact that they had to remind Chigo this is some evidence that not all Chigo were willing partners. In extreme cases, low-class Chigo were passed around to other monks and regular people, but that wasn't the norm. The norm was that Chigo were willing to do their duties and didn't feel particularly abused. They had more sexual power over their elders, and they enjoyed their high status in the temple. Alright, let's look at some illustrations from the Book of Acolytes, because I love you. Sadly, most of them are graphic, so I gotta blur almost everything. If you really want to see them uncensored, check the description box below and become a member of the channel or of the Patreon. Here, a Chigo is asking this monk to come visit him. The monk's like, seriously? The Chigo breaks the monk's prayer beads and they spill all over the ground. He's about to spill something else all over the ground too. Prayer beads had a sexual connotation back then, which makes no sense to me, but I bet it was for some perverted reason. The other two monks are irritated that the Chigo invited their colleague and not them. They're like, I'm so jealous. That's heartless. Let's just leave.
You don't need to pay this dude anything. The entire thing is on Wikimedia. Just search for the Book of Acolytes. It should be like the second link.
Here, the monk can't believe this is happening. He has wanted the Chigo for so long, but thought the Chigo didn't like him. The Chigo says he's sorry for being so cold to the monk before, and he's glad that the monk hasn't forgotten him. They're also doing it right next to another boy who's sleeping. The Chigo tells the monk to be quiet. It's so scandalous. In this one, the monk is washing the Chigo's feet with one hand, but his other hand accidentally slips into the Chigo's copper mine.
Found the sleeping one. It's image number 3.
Chigo, who planned the whole thing, says, "Where are you touching? That's not my foot, silly." And the monk goes, "My old eyes can't see well. Don't mind me." Then they get it on while confessing their love. Look, this is some masterful writing right here. I need you guys to recognize that. Here we have a Chigo and his servant. The servant's sword is so weary due to daily hand oiling that it no longer works, and so he uses a wooden sword with the Chigo instead. And here the servant lubricates the Chigo and puts a heater under him. The Chigo—
Oh, is that what was going on? I wondered about the lubing. I'm looking at that. I was just looking at that one. I was like, what is he doing? It's a paintbrush. He's painting his butthole. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? Yeah. It's a paintbrush. He's painting oil onto this kid's butthole apparently. Yeah, I was like, what exactly is going on there? He's lubing him up. All right.
Chigo endures all this to loosen up his rear gate. His master is old and has an arrow no longer sharp enough to penetrate its target. The dutiful Chigo hopes that his target is now big enough for his master to enjoy archery with. Now from this lake of lewdness arose a question. Weren't they breaking the rules? Good question, my child. It's true, Buddhist priests were banned from having any sex with anyone at all. So it seems like they were violating the rules. How did they justify it? Listen, if there's one thing humans are good at, it's justifying sex. Let's talk about 2 big reasons why Chigo love came about. 1, breaking rules didn't make you a rule breaker. A monk had a lot of rules.
There is this book is very explicit. Yeah. This book is very explicit. Yeah. It took me a second to understand some of the coding of how they've like implied things. I mean, trust me, there's a lot of explicits, just outright explicit, but there's some stuff that like is subtextual, and it took me just a minute to get it. This book is insane. Buddhist monks, man. Like, I don't think did the Catholic leftists lose tasty tears? Why? This book's wild. You're gonna make more leftists. I thank you to the Trump guy. Thank you to the MAGA people. You're gonna make so many more of us, man. We lost some to the fucking Democrats and centrist liberal fucks. It's gonna be great. We're gonna get some from your side too. Yup. Like, I love. That's the greatest thing, is that like the MAGA people think that like leftists lost. Like, go Democrats lost. We didn't have a candidate. We never do. Ignorance.
rules to follow, a lot of moral precepts.
Also, they all lost millions of fucking votes. Yeah, neither of them hit previous marks. Everybody lost millions of voters. It's fucking funny.
Like you couldn't eat meat, or you couldn't have sex, or you couldn't check your phone while talking to someone. You know, things that a decent person just shouldn't do. But in the Heian period, some edgy monks started playing around with this idea that these moral precepts were not just rules, they had substance. They were things in the world. They were like invisible powers that you could transfer to people. Here's how it worked. When someone became a monk, he went through a ritual where his elders read him a list of precepts that he was supposed to follow. This ritual transferred the precepts into the new monk, becoming a part of him forever. And having these precepts was enough for salvation. If you violated a precept, say you checked your phone while in conversation, it was okay because you still had the no phone checking precept in you. Even though your actions violated the precept, your person still sort of followed it just by having it in you. It was still bad to break the rules, but a rule breaker who had the rules in them was still better than someone who had never received the rules in the first place. Now you may ask, wait, wouldn't this have caused monks to stop following the precepts? The answer is yes. Over time, monks became less disciplined. Actions became less important.
Karina, not to the tune of 14 million, but some.
Temples started deciding which rules to enforce and which rules they could turn a blind eye towards. Naturally, blind eyes started turning towards the celibacy rule. Celibacy became a bit less common. Some priests even took wives and had families. But the problem with male-female sex was that it could result in a lifetime of consequences, whereas male-male sex at most resulted in you not being able to sit for a week. Also, there wasn't much access to women in monasteries. A lot of peepees, but not a lot of vivis. And so, temple administrators started tolerating male-male sex more. Male-male sex became like speeding, a minor violation with the possibility of facing a dick. Which brings us to reason number 2 for how Chigo love came about. Sleeping with a god doesn't count. Let me explain. Traditionally, in Japan, people thought children were close to the gods. Paintings of Buddhist gods often have children hanging around. Kids were seen as morally pure. Nowadays, we know better. Monks who liked PP to PP sex started training for the Olympic mental gymnastics events. They knew that sex with people was wrong, but Chigo...
Tech, not even close. Somebody want to help Tech out?
were so close to the gods they could barely be considered people. Over time, Chigo sex became more common. These mental gymnasts even created a ritual that turned a child into a god. To become a Chigo, a boy had to go through a 1-week initiation ritual. After days of chanting and reading, the ritual ends with the Chigo's master putting makeup on him, plucking his eyebrows, tying his hair into a ponytail, dressing him in a pretty robe, and putting a crown on his head. The ritual spiritually transformed the boy's body into a Buddha, a Bodhisattva, and a Shinto god. The boy is reborn into a godlike being, something between human and god. What exactly does it mean to transform your body into these gods? I don't really know, and I'm not thirsty enough to understand, but I'm giving it a 16.2. Afterwards, if they wanted, the master could sleep with the newly divine Chigo. Chigo sex became a religious experience. They were not sleeping with humans, but with god things. Sleeping with Chigo pulled monks closer to the divine. Regular Chigo sex was required to maintain holiness. It was no longer a violation of the rules that people tolerated. It became a part of temple culture from the Heian through the Edo period. A tiny piece of the Chigo system survives today in the Ochigo-san, which are children who are part of religious festivals. For more Japanese sexuality videos, check these out.
That's wild. Thank you, Kaiser. Fucking Buddhist, man. Zen. Oh. God damn it, Richards. He's already confused. None that I swear by, Korea. Like, if I show you a video about cats, and you come back and say, nice pineapple, you are on a different fucking dimension.
What about, I like it, if you are a fella, and you do have, a dinkle, etc., it is quite nice. Them blowjobs, what you get sometimes, never suggest it. If the girl does it, they ain't suggested it. I like them blowjobs, right, where it goes in their neck a little bit. I would never suggest it. I'm not suggesting it. It's their idea. Them blowjobs where it goes, that noise.
I've never seen it, Elliot.
Nice. I wouldn't suggest it. It'd be wrong to suggest it.
I mean, as a gay man, is there... Look. If the dick you're dealing with doesn't reach there, I understand. But as a gay man, provided that the dick is that long, which isn't necessarily that long, I mean, that's, that'll do the job sort of situation. Is there a blowjob where the dick doesn't reach the throat? Like, if you're not putting it there, then you're probably not engaging in the full act. You're not doing your job correctly. I'm just saying, it is the nature.
I phoned and I asked to speak to his agent directly, and somebody asked what it was regarding, and I said, that's regarding Russell Brand being a sex offender.
I swear, some of y'all motherfuckers need to work on your listening, like actual listening skills. Wolf, I literally started that by saying, if it's not that long to reach there. Like, God damn it, people. Yeah, oh yeah, Robbo. Yeah, that was great. Yes, I am. Yeah, that was funny. It was a very outspoken atheist. Until he got caught raping some motherfuckers. And then now he's a born again Christian who sells you magic amulets that protect you from Wi-Fi.
He's grabbing at my underwear, pulling it to the side. I'm telling him to get off me, and he won't get off. Like holding me up against the wall, pushing himself in me.
He grabbed me and got me on the bed. I was fully clothed and he was naked at this point, and he held me down and he was just aggressively trying to, fuck me.
I was like, oh my God, he raped me.
He forced his penis down my throat and I couldn't breathe. It was just choking me. I was crying and he said, oh, I only want to see your mascara run anyway.
Them blowjobs where mascara runs a little bit. Good.
I've never ever spoken publicly about this before. Russell seems untouchable.
There's a hour and 18 minutes. This feels like this could be done in a lot sooner. All right, pretty good. Take care of yourself. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm gonna make it through the hour and 18. It feels like pacing might be off for me.
You know what you put me through, my body through. This letter is for me to work through my stuff, not for you. I just needed you to hear me.
Sorry, a lady uncrossed the legs. If it positions...
Never met Russell. It was his very first one in Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't care. I'll be real. I don't think I'm gonna make him more than 5. He's a rapist. Multiple women have confirmed it. And then there's like literally like, hold on, let me get me off the screen. 52 minutes bringing down Russell Brand, the news agents. Like, I just like, okay, give me their testimony and call it a day. I don't need all of this other stuff. Mm. Are you a prepper? Would you consider your grandmother or great grandmother a prepper? Oh, let's see. Oh, lovely. That's 11 minutes. Yeah, that'll work.
We're told if you're a victim of a crime to go to the police and report it. But what happens when they don't believe you? From the Center for Investigative Reporting, Rachel DeLeon has the story of how far one child had to go to prove her innocence.
And hey, who would have guessed it's in Florida? You know, it's a coin flip, whether it's Texas or Florida when it comes to this sort of thing.
And a word of caution, this story involves details of child sexual abuse.
As I recall, though, it can't happen in Texas because Governor Abbott outlawed rape. Rapes don't happen in Texas anymore. Yeah, you don't have to worry about health care, reproductive care. And I answered it. If I recall, it was my home county. And I answered your question. If you were properly observant, you could have garnered an answer from that. Creed, I have it.
In the fastest growing county in America, Polk County, Florida, its longest serving sheriff, Grady Judd, has a large media presence and delivers unapologetic, tough on crime messages, like this one about an armed man involved in a car chase.
And he chose to die in a gunfight, we accommodated him. He said he wanted to go to heaven, we made the arrangements for him.
Running this fall for his 6th term in office, he's a popular sheriff, once invited to the White House by then-President Donald Trump to discuss issues facing sheriffs, and later asked to join a federal council overseeing all programs related to missing and exploited children. He's made it his department's priority to go after child predators.
Are still trying to use
go to
them.
the ends of the earth,
Karina,
to arrest
you gotta
if
go
victimize children.
No, it's not broken, Karina. Like, we migrated the entire bot system. There was like fucking two entire streams about it. Yeah.
Me. What did I do for you to punish me?
But Taylor Cato's extraordinary case raises questions about how, despite Sheriff Judd's tough-on-crime rhetoric, his department treated a child victim as a criminal.
Nothing that I did was I in the wrong. At all.
Taylor had a traumatic childhood. The state took her away from her birth mother when she was 7 due to violence and neglect at home. After a year and a half in foster care, she was adopted by her great-uncle, Henry Cato, and his wife. But within months, she says he began sexually abusing her.
I kept it secret because going through foster care, it was already so much of a traumatic experience that I was scared to go back.
Over the next 3 years, she says Henry Cato used long car rides to abuse her off this road.
Hey guys, who would have guessed? The MAGA supporting fucking sheriff didn't listen to the young girl who was being brutally raped by her stepfather.
Fuck off, Hitler.
One day in 2016, Taylor disclosed the abuse to an adult member of her church, which launched an investigation by multiple agencies.
Okay, well, how old are you?
Almost 13. I'll be 13 in October.
That week, Taylor was asked to recount what happened to her several times. In a recorded interview with a child welfare worker, she...
Let me help you out, seeing as you seem like you're, like you need assistance. Okay, let me help you along. The reason I asked you that question is because it depends my answer depends on your perception and understanding of the word prepper. My answer could be yes or no, depending on your perception and definition of the concept of what it means to be a prepper. So I asked you a very simple question in return as to gauge your understanding, perception, and definition of the word prepper so that I could answer you in a manner that you would understand. I tried to help you out, but instead you proved you were a touch slow. So now I'm helping you out even more. So, have you caught up yet? Can you answer my question? Was your grandmother or great-grandmother a prepper? I ask this because there are certain behaviors and ways of conducting oneself. And Pierre, this is just frustrated that somebody is so slow. I'm having to slow down class because somebody can't read. Because somebody's previous teacher passed them on to me into the next grade and didn't bother teaching them anything. Your grandmother or great-grandmother likely preserved food, made sure her larder was full, stockpiled preserves just for the lean times, saved up, was mildly understanding that there's boom times and lean times, right? That sort of thing. Was she a prepper? Is that your definition of a prepper? Or is your definition of a prepper the TLC Discovery Channel version of it, where somebody digs out a bunker and starts hunkering down for a nuclear apocalypse while thinking that they're going to fight off the hordes of government zombies with their limited supply of ammunition? Because those are two different things entirely. And I was attempting to understand what direction you were coming from with that question so that I could more appropriately answer you. But you seem dead set on just refusing to engage. So, good luck to you. I'm done with this now. And I'm going to go back to seeing how the prison industrial complex are as always letting down women, children, and abuse victims, as always.
Went into detail, hoping she'd be believed.
And pulled over on the side of the road and told me to get in the front seat.
But in a separate interview recorded by Sheriff's Detective Melissa Turnage, the tone turned confrontational.
If you're mad because you got your phone taken away, let's say that now and be done with it.
From the get-go, she was rude. Simple terms, rude. When she continuously asked me the same question over and over, I almost told her she should probably write down what I'm saying because I didn't feel like she was listening.
Turnage treated Taylor less like a victim and more like a suspect.
That's because she's a cop, and cops all suck. Every last one of them.
Do you want to go live back in foster care? Because more than likely, if he's arrested, they're not going to let you stay there. But if it's not the truth, you're fixing to hurt a lot of people.
Everything I told you earlier is not a lie.
Still, Turnage concluded that Taylor made it up. The detective wrote that she couldn't find Henry Cadle on gas station security footage buying condoms like Taylor said he had. And she couldn't pinpoint the location of the assault on that long stretch of road.
Every interview that we talked, she made me out to be a liar. And I told her time and time and time and time again that I am not the liar here.
There is no excuse for the manner in which this case was handled.
Jerry Seitz, a forensic expert who's worked with thousands of child abuse cases, listened to the interviews between Turnage and Taylor. She says Turnage's techniques were inappropriate, especially because very few children, less than 4%, fabricate stories of sexual abuse. But kids with traumatic histories are less likely to be believed.
Kids who have that history of adversity are the perfect victim because their offender knows they're not going to be as credible because they've had this difficult life.
There's no way with the details that I gave or the things that I said or certain locations that I could have fabricated that big of a story. There was no way.
Instead of Henry Cadle going to court...
Hey, guess what? She's still with the department.
13-year-old Taylor faced a judge for a charge of lying to police. She had no lawyer, only her adoptive mother, Henry Cadle's wife.
I walked into that courtroom, scared out of my mind. And my mom told me in the car to just plead guilty and get it over with.
She was sentenced to 1 year of probation with community service. She also had to write 2 apology letters, one to her abuser and the other to a sheriff's officer. Taylor's experience is like hundreds of sexual assault cases I found nationwide as part of a years-long investigation into police charging alleged victims with lying. Due to privacy laws, I could find only a handful involving children, one as young as 11. Throughout, there was a pattern of police missing crucial steps in investigations. But Taylor's case is unique because she vindicated herself.
My on-call phone rang, and it was the on-call supervisor for my unit.
Joel Dempsey was the detective assigned to the case when Taylor called the police to report she was sexually assaulted again.
There was a previous investigation that the victim was on probation for, and then I also learned that new evidence would prove that some of the victim's statements were true.
Using her cell phone, 13-year-old Taylor made sure she got bulletproof evidence this time.
She had taken some photographs with her phone. She also took pictures of an empty condom box, as well as the clock on the vehicle, and then a short video of what appears to be the suspect walking around the truck.
This is the exact phone that I used in the 2017 case. I pulled up the camera, and on this specific phone, if you just tap the screen anywhere, it just takes a picture. So in my head, I was basically kind of like swiping, but in reality, I was taking pictures of everything that was happening.
Just like last time, she detailed the abuse to a child welfare worker, but with one big difference.
Everything that they didn't find evidence for last time, I kind of tried to make sure that it was there this time, just so that way my story would get believed.
The photos she took with her phone,
Preach, Fenrir, preach.
were graphic.
Oh, thank God. I wanted to get rid of that fucking person anyway. Oh. They were obnoxious last night.
So it was very shocking to see that, very sad, but a fantastic thing that she was able to collect it.
In Henry Cadle's recorded statement to Dempsey, he was adamant he was innocent.
I got the impression that because of the previous investigation and the result of it, that he felt somewhat secure. But
No, really? Who would have guessed? The fucking cops literally threw the victim into court. Who would have guessed that the abuser felt safe? The last time the 13-year-old child, went to the police, they accused her of being the perpetrator herself, victimized her even further, and charged her with crimes. Who would have guessed that the actual rapist, I'm sorry, because as far as I'm concerned, the police raped her as well. So the originating rapist felt secure in his crimes. I also consider the police department, the prosecutor, and that deputy sheriff rapists in this case as well, just for the purposes of.
I want to ask you plainly, did you touch her?
No, hell no.
Now's the time to tell me, so I can get out in front of it.
No.
We can try to handle, figure out what's going on.
As far as I'm concerned, that Melissa Turnage, Deputy Sheriff Melissa Turnage, she raped that girl as well. I don't have the name of the prosecutor in that case, but as far as I'm concerned, that prosecutor raped that 13-year-old girl as well. Yeah, I consider them rapists as well.
No, nothing happened.
At 4:30 a.m., the detective confronted Henry Cadle with the evidence.
Hey, Henry. Hey. You wanted to see what I got here? The pictures? Sure.
Yes. You Fenrir. Thank you for reminding me. Don't forget the judge. The judge also rapist as well. The bailiff in the courtroom, anybody who handled paperwork that didn't quit their jobs in the process, just so we're clear, so we make sure everybody who's involved in every step of processing and handling that young woman's case, rapist. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You know who that is?
Yeah.
Who?
It's me.
Henry Cadle was sentenced to 17 years in prison for sexual battery of a minor. Taylor's criminal charge was overturned.
I don't remember any other case where the victim had the the forethought or the intelligence to collect their own evidence and to be so thorough. Just unbelievable amount of presence of mind that she showed.
I reached out to Detective Melissa Turnage and her boss, Grady Judd, multiple times to ask for an interview. Turnage never responded, and Judd's office declined an interview and didn't answer repeated requests for comment.
Where was a person for Taylor? Where was a person to stand up to say stop and stop it now?
Since 2002, Florida State Senator Lauren Book has been working on state bills aimed at protecting victims of child abuse. She sent a letter to the sheriff's office requesting they look into how the system failed Taylor the first time around.
It happened to Taylor, and Taylor is enough to fix the system.
Senator Book says charging Taylor and letting her be assaulted again was entirely preventable, and properly trained professionals should have intervened at multiple levels.
You need to have people who are properly trained and who are in it to do the right thing and really walk a survivor through this process.
So let's talk about the
tech. Let's relate it to what we're watching. Tech. There have been women's advocacy groups for centuries, right? There have people who have been fighting for the bodily autonomy of women and attempting to prevent harm from patriarchal authoritarian hierarchies for women for centuries. Have they succeeded? Is there a utopian place for women in this world? No. Does that mean that they should stop because they haven't succeeded? Should you stop fighting the good fight because the world is not perfect? Well, you haven't done the job, so why do the job? Is seemingly like this is the idea you're hung up on? Like, I'm legitimately a little confused by it, but if people, I'll read the quote. If people have been organizing for years and this is where it got us, how will being Machiavelli about it change anything? Like, being willing to get in the dirt and get dirty, being willing to do the job, being willing to go low when they go low, being willing to do what is necessary to move the needle, even if it's minute amounts, will make change. Being Machiavellian about it is my response to Michelle Obama's "when they go low, we go high," because that is not how the world works. Exactly, Fenrir. Like, you really, like, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it really seems like you're struggling with this tech. Like, it was pretty obvious to everybody else. That's what else can I say to make this obvious for you? The job of fighting authoritarian tendencies is never over. It's never done. It is a war that will not be won. It is 1,000 battles. We will lose tons, we will win some, but you keep fighting the fight. And you use tools, every appropriate tool. You're willing to do the work. Be willing to do the work. Be willing to be manipulative. Be willing to be honest. Be willing to be emotionally available. Whatever is necessary to do the job. Hence me invoking Machiavellian methodologies, which is a disservice to Machiavelli himself, given that he wasn't an advocate for, but that's neither here nor there. We don't have to go into historical accuracies and characterizations of terms, merely the contemporary usage therein. Be willing to do what's necessary. Do the work. Day in, day out. It's a lunch pail fucking job. Forever. Forever. It never ends. You use the tools at your disposal. We'll let this video finish.
Trauma informed, and what that approach means.
Jerry Seitz trains investigators and law enforcement officers on how to help children who come forward with allegations of sexual abuse. She believes this is what could prevent a detective from doing this to another.
You're right, Hawk Kid. Children will be taken advantage of and raped by the powerful. We shouldn't do anything to fight that. Exactly. Exactly, Hawk Kid. Exactly. Yeah, good point. Good point. Fucking swish. Kobe. I'm reminded of Plato's shadows. I'm reminded of Plato's shadows. Nah. Karina, no. That's again, that's why I say, look, not everybody's ready. Not everybody's ready. You have people such as this walking around. That's coming over tech. Be sure to read screen, not just chat. If you can, if screen is large enough and you're not on your phone sort of situation, because chat is coming over from YouTube as well. And it will be merged on screen for you. Fenrir is addressing you. Just a heads up. Hey, Wordy.
Child like Taylor.
Certainly forensic interviewing has just really made a huge difference in child abuse cases, having people who are highly trained and understand linguistics and child development and how to approach kids so that they can gather.
Hawk Kid. A child and a parent are walking down the street, and the child walks out into the street without looking, and a car comes careening down the street. The child, unobservant, walks directly into its path. The parent grabs the child by the arm and yanks them back forcefully.
Accurate information in a neutral, supportive.
No worries, Tech. Sorry if I was anything.
Way.
Now a mom of two, Taylor is healing by giving her children the kind of safety she never had. She says she never received an apology from authorities, but hopes they use the lessons from her case going forward.
They will not use those lessons. And chances are the next day they did the same thing to somebody else's kid. 100%.
I want for them to understand what they did and to clearly see where they messed up?
They do not. They will not, and they care not to. No.
To truly see what happened and fix it. Because no child should ever have.
The anarchistic Republic of Kospaya lasted for 375 years, which is technically longer than the United States at this point. And they had no formal police, no military. They economically outproduced the Papal States of Italy. And they were a welcoming society that accepted immigrants who were being persecuted within the Catholic Papal States at the time, no problem. They were economically successful. Trumbleplex is an anarchistic cooperative collective that has existed since, the 80s outside of Detroit, Michigan, and successfully interfaced with neoliberal capitalism as it collapsed around them in Detroit, successfully maintaining living quarters, community gardens, library and art space, their own internet connections. They have their own internet provisions. So I've given you a historical example, a contemporary example of where anarchistic organizing has worked at a collective level as well as a sort of nation state level. The organization Food Not Bombs is an anarchistic collective that feeds people on an international scale. Any given day, about 120 countries, people being fed. There is no central organizing to them whatsoever. There is no logistics network. Yet on an international scale, they manage to feed thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of people collectively, all without any centralized organizing whatsoever, all with a hierarchical organizational modality of operation. No hierarchy whatsoever. So I've given you a sort of city-state, nation-state level, historical, lasted for 375 years. I've given you a contemporary example, managed to organize an entire community inside a neoliberal economy collapsing within North America. And I've given you an example of anarchistic organizational methodologies using hierarchy rather than hierarchy that works on a multinational scale that manages to feed people globally. And if you'd like even more examples, you can feel free to pick up Peter Marshall's Demanding the Impossible, a slightly Eurocentric history of anarchism. That's almost 880 pages. And this isn't even close to the history of anarchism. It's an ironic title. It's impossible. You can't get rid of hierarchy. It doesn't. Oh, wait, that's right. So anyway.
To go through anything that I went through.
For the PBS NewsHour and the Center for Investigative Reporting, I'm Rachel DeLeon in Polk County, Florida.
Fucking Florida, man. I left the media channel. Oh, there's a New Japan analysis? I didn't see that go by. I just saw that a while ago Kaiser posted it. That's fucking hilarious. Dude always does great videos. I know, Got Punk. I'm sorry. Suggesting someone read.
What would would you have to do to make the entire internet?
All right. Give me a second. I'll be like, give me a second. I'll be right back. Share stream. How we doing, kids? How we doing? All right. All right.
What would you have to do?
Chair's a punk fan.
To make the entire internet hate you, to make thousands of people stalk you, frame you for hundreds of crimes, and even go to jail, all trying to ruin your life. This is the story of the most trolled man in the world. The year is 2012, and user Yagami Taichi has just made the biggest mistake of his life. He just posted his college acceptance letter onto an anonymous Japanese message board to win a very important internet argument and prove that he got into a prestigious university.
This should finally be enough for you losers to...
Imperial. There isn't. I'm not saying that... Okay. Work with me. This is... Bravo, no. There's no way for an addict to not be an addict until they're ready to not be an addict. So what you have to do is, and this is why I was invoking like Machiavelli earlier, you have to be waiting in the wings. You have to wait for the moment where he's susceptible. There's no like argument you're going to mount. You have to see that moment where he has a question, where there's a crack in the edifice, and you strike. That's what you have to do. You have to just be ready to hit when that moment happens. When he goes, why is it, oh man, that's fucked up, or, you know, oh, fuck these guys, why is it got to be that way, or whatever, man. You got to be ready. The moment that he has a crack in the armor of paleoconservative, you've got to be ready to strike. You got to be there going, I hear you, man. I hear you. That does suck. That does suck. Why do you think it's got to be that way? Like, why do you think that it is that way? Have you ever thought about that? Like, I mean, that's wild, huh? And if you think about it, it's like bigger than that, isn't it? You got to be ready with that sort of Socratic, Aristotelian methodology of just like getting him to think about it some more. And you got to just put some guide rails up and just point him. And just put the training wheels on the bike. Just be like, that direction. Because there's no argument you're going to be able to mount that's going to dissuade him of this outright. You just have to. Now, you can probe. You can try and find. You can have a conversation with the guy. You can ask him questions. You could be like, you know, how did you arrive at these ideas? Where did they come from? That sort of thing. Like, you know, but the best method is to just be sitting there waiting for the opportunity and being hyper opportunistic about it to manipulate him. To be like, oh, okay. Like when they screw him over, or they screw someone he loves over, or his ideology, it runs when you see the moment of cognitive dissonance. Before it can take hold, you have to swoop right in and be like, hold on. It's kind of fucked up, huh? Why is that? Like, doesn't that make you feel like dirty inside? And then use it.
Believe me, right?
University.
This should finally be enough for you losers to believe me, right?
But Yagami really shouldn't have posted that letter. Despite being a busy high school student, he had spent the last 3 years trolling the site, and his reputation reflected that.
3 years being a troll, and then you post your personal information to that website. Get wrecked, man. Get wrecked.
In a 2010 ranking of the most hated users on 2channel, he placed at the very top of S tier. Realizing the gravity of what he had just done, he added,
I know how scary getting doxxed is, so I didn't want to post the letter, but I had to. That's the last hint you guys are getting, though.
But the damage was done.
Here's a collection of every university's acceptance letter template. Just leaving that here.
It would.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like 4chan territory. It's like, dude, these autistic fucks are going to go to work, man. These autistic fucks are going to go to work. It's like, okay, that was an acceptance letter. Let's get all of the formats for acceptance letters. Now we have the college, right? Like, let's just start going to work, man. Yep.
Wouldn't take long to check them all, and Yagami.
Imperial, yeah. Find the crack, use it.
He realized
Make
this.
him think.
He scrambled to delete his upload, but it didn't take long to check them all, and Yagami realized this. He scrambled to delete his upload, but it was too late. Just 24 minutes after his original post.
24 minutes. 24 minutes is what it took. They're like, done.
Guys, lol, I got him. It's Kokshikan.
He was cooked. That was his university. Next, they used this info to comb over every post he'd ever made, and within 4 hours, they'd identified Yagami's high school and found all his social media accounts, one of which contained his full legal name. Yagami knew this was not good.
Yep.
He had said some heinous things over the years, and now there was a real possibility that his old posts could come back to haunt him. They even found a tweet of his saying he was hungover.
Yagami.
So basically 4 hours and 20 minutes is what it took for them to ruin his life. Yeah.
I've reported your underage drinking to your university.
No, guys, I meant that I was car sick.
At this point, the thread was getting 64 posts per minute, more than one post every second. It was time to give up.
Yep.
Do not bring my friends and family into this. I'm going to save every post and thread you make about me and report people to the police. I will sue you.
And this is where Yagami made the second biggest mistake of his life. As you could imagine, Yagami's half-surrender, half-legal threat did not, in fact, make the harassment stop. If anything, it made it worse. 17 days later, Yagami followed through and hired Japan's premier expert in internet law.
Hello, guys. I can't figure out how to make a thread. Can someone make one for me, please?
God damn it. You're fucked. You're fucked. Your lawyer's fucked. Everybody who's ever known you is fucked. You're all fucked.
Oh, bother, it's too complicated. I'll just post my IP requests in your thread, as it is an emergency.
Users were quick to mock him.
Noob, you need to use the ninja system to check your ninja level by putting !ninja in the name field.
Test.
Karasawa eventually learned how to make a thread and began requesting the IPs of users who were defaming and doxing Yagami. Under Japanese law, websites must cooperate with these requests, but on 2channel, IP requests have to be made publicly, including a full name and email address. The reaction to these requests was overwhelmingly negative. Karasawa responded with his most powerful weapon, the law. Over the next couple months, Karasawa made over 100 IP requests. It wasn't long before the boards were overflowing with these requests. In protest, some users started doing him a favor and adding their IP address to their posts for him, but that didn't stop him. Karasawa had been a lawyer for less than a year and worked at his dad's law firm. Had he more experience with internet cases, he might have known 2channel's reputation as one of the most obsessive and vindictive communities on the Japanese internet. 2channel had millions of users, and Karasawa was about to figure out just what they were capable of. As they looked into him, they quickly found some very interesting things. The official Twitter account he managed for the law firm followed dozens of idols. The boards erupted with the phrase idol otaku lawyer, which made Karasawa quickly private his Twitter account. But at the same time, that meant he was reading all of their threads. Despite 2channel's best efforts, they could not find any actual pictures of their new enemy. All they could find was this image from his lawyer profile, and it started showing up everywhere. Despite being an extremely busy lawyer, these custom children's trading cards did not escape Karasawa's attention. He quickly began submitting deletion requests to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card Maker website. Curiously, he only requested deletion of cards depicting himself. He did not submit requests for cards depicting Yagami. The owner of the cardmaker website was quick to take down the first batch of cards, but when Karasawa followed up with more requests, and then even more, he got a bit annoyed. He continued taking cards down, but blamed it on a certain lawyer, and published a guide on manipulating Google search results that he definitely did not want them to look at.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Within
Fenrir, so you know, Caboose has already talked about this. 2chan is the origin of 4chan. This is OG 4chan. This is like literally there is a direct link.
days, Google suggestions for Karasawa Takahiro looked like this. Meanwhile, harassment of Yagami only intensified.
Yeah, 2chan walked so 4chan could Naruto run.
2channelers forwarded his most egregious posts to his friends, family, and girlfriend. Next,
Amazing.
they located his address and tons of people showed up outside.
I wondered how long it would take before they showed up outside his house.
Then, they did the same to his dad's restaurant. Karasawa rushed to Yagami's defense and promptly leaked more of his personal information. Yeah, he accidentally included Yagami's university department in a legal filing. This led to trolls emailing Yagami's professors and trying to attend his classes. Karasawa no longer had the time to help Yagami because he was now in a full-on war against the internet.
Yep.
2channel started finding more creative ways to annoy Karasawa. Since he'd always react to defamation, they decided to do the exact opposite, treat him like a god. They created a religion modeled after the Om Shindikyo cult called Koshin, named after Karasawa's law offices, and started
Brilliant. Honestly.
Spreading their gospel on a wiki they made. Like any religion, their ranks grew over time.
It's not defamation. We're worshiping him. It's not defamation. We're worshiping him. He's the greatest thing ever. He is the Alpha and the Omega. He is all that there ever is. He's perfect. He is a god upon amongst mortals. It's brilliant. It's not defamation. Get wrecked.
And soon, they had an entire community of devout followers who would do anything to get close to Karasawa. It was time to take the fight to real life. Their first success was finding this Tokyo Bar Association leaflet in the archives at a library. They finally had a picture of him.
There he is. It was inevitable.
Soon, 2channel users, who now call themselves Koshin followers, began showing up everywhere in Karasawa's life. Koshin followers waited outside his law offices for him, secretly took pictures of him. One man even went to a trial of his to film him, which is definitely against the rules. The amount of videos of people visiting Karasawa's offices as some sort of religious pilgrimage is insane. Some guy even uploaded it as a speedrun from the station. Next, posters like these started popping up everywhere, often disguised as official government messaging or even just a sign to use the Wi-Fi.
You're a meme, bro. They turned you into a meme.
Even put these stickers on his mailbox. Soon, his image was so popular online that unwitting businesses accidentally used him in their promotional materials.
Yep. They turned you over to culture itself.
Koshin followers began coming up with increasingly creative ways of worshipping Karasawa. One of the next things they did was put ads for Karasawa's law firm on coins to give the appearance that he was defacing currency. Next, they showed their devotion to their god by filling his mailbox with delicious pilaf.
Pilaf, but that's amazing.
Surprisingly, this was the thing that angered him the most, so far at least. Karasawa struck back. It was time to let 2channel know that he was serious. After hundreds of IP requests, he ended up taking a 2channel user to court on behalf of tech company Fujitex. Karasawa alleged that the user, an ex-employee, had defamed Fujitex, and another court had already agreed with this. The only issue was Karasawa demanded 49 million yen worth of damages, which was far above the provable damages of the case. Ultimately, despite the case being a slam dunk, it ended up being dismissed. But that wasn't all. Karasawa also mailed a typo-ridden letter to a 17-year-old kid who had posted death threats about him on 2channel. The letter demanded $30,000 in immediate compensation, but of course, this was not paid. In response to Karasawa's escalating antagonism, Koshin followers only worshipped harder. First, instead of snacks, Karasawa began receiving razor blades in the mail. Next, his family grave was defaced with his own name. People even began sending messages via foreign streamers.
Hey, Karasawa Takahiro Korosto. They didn't drop no coins. They just come.
One of the most ingenious forms of harassment was attempting to frame Karasawa for a wide range of crimes. On May 25th, 2014, 2 AKB48 idols were attacked by an unknown assailant with a saw at a handshake event in Iwate Prefecture. The idols had minor injuries and ended up being okay, but 2 hours after the attack, this post, supposedly from Karasawa's father, appeared on Twitter, apologizing for what his son had done. It quickly amassed 33,000 retweets, and many people believed it to be real until news outlets reported on the hoax. Then, in mid-2014, users who looked up certain landmarks on Google Maps were met with a strange surprise. The Japanese Imperial Palace had been renamed to Koshin Headquarters. The Hiroshima Atomic Bomb Dome was now Koshin Nuclear Test Site. And it wasn't just Japan. In France, Charlie Hebdo had been renamed to Koshin Training Facility, and there was even a Koshin headquarters in Pyongyang. Japanese authorities took this very seriously. Police identified 3 suspects, a 21-year-old student, a 30-year-old office worker, and a 30-year-old unemployed man. All were affiliated with the Koshin religion and were charged with obstructing business. They
obstructing business? Get wrecked, Japan.
Claimed their goal was to draw attention to a certain lawyer. But
even in their police statements, they're memeing. I see you and respect you guys.
Those would not be the last arrests related to the Koshin religion. No, not even close. In late 2014, a dangerous new ransomware virus began surfacing online. Infected users were greeted with this screen.
Hello,
Hello. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Flocked your computer. If you want me to open it back up again, you have to send me 40,000 yen. Thank you, Karasawa Takahiro, Koshin Law Office.
Obviously, Karasawa was not behind this, but innocent victims certainly believed he was and angrily contacted his law offices demanding he unlock their computer. The person who was responsible, a 17-year-old hacker named Zero Chiaki, was eventually caught. The most ironic part? All of the money he earned through the ransomware was stolen by other hackers. But the plot against Karasawa would not end there.
It's hackers all the way down, baby.
This is Ando Ryota, a very dedicated Koshin follower. Not only had he live-streamed himself
peace be upon him,
mashing the doorbell to Karasawa's law office, he also uploaded a video flying a drone over Yagami's house. In 2015, he stole the address plates from Karasawa's law office. But on February 18th, 2016, he did something much, much worse. He sent bomb threats to 47 different government buildings across Japan, mostly city and prefectural halls, but also the Prime Minister's office and the US Embassy. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you who he made the letters look like they were from. This was massive.
I mean, look, I'm not defending it. I'm just saying, I was expecting something worse than just threats, right? All he did was disrupt bureaucracy with, like, threats. I was expecting action. So,
Over 400,000 students were sent home from school. Every news station in the country reported on it. Even Western sources picked it up.
Mito City in East Japan received an email from a person calling themselves a lawyer saying they planted bombs at City Hall.
8 months later, Ando was tried and convicted for both the theft of the address plates and the bomb threats. He was given a 4-year suspended sentence.
He didn't even do any time for it. I'm just saying.
But that was not the end for
A judge was a fan.
Ando. He immediately returned to sending similar threats and ended up being jailed until 2021. This inspired
He immediately went back to it. He is peace be upon his name. He absolutely was a dedicated follower of the religion. He just immediately went back to work. He's like, cool, I'm not in jail. Time to get back to it.
many copycat threats from other Koshin followers, which continue to this day. Even last year, there was a massive wave of threats sent by fax machines to 15,000 schools across Japan in Karasawa's name. 2 perpetrators were arrested for this and eventually sentenced to 5 and 3 years respectively. Supposedly, the overwhelming majority of bomb threats made in Japan over the past 10 years have been in the name Karasawa Takahiro.
Your name is inextricably, forever tied with it. Fenrir, my name is Kai, Kai. I don't really have a favorite rice. Yeah, I really don't. This is gonna sound very Western. I'm more of a potato guy. But yeah, I get down with the Peruvians. That a solid white rice, is fine with me. Brown rice is fine with me. I don't really give a shit. Yeah, I'm more down with the Peruvians, man. I'm all about the potato.
And while he's likely not responsible for any of them, that didn't stop him from being banned from entering the United States of America.
Oh, that is amazing. That's fucking amazing. We banned him from entering because his name just pops up on fucking every bomb threat ever in Japan. Amazing. Fenrir, probably one of my favorite dishes of all time is lomo saltado. You can also do pollo saltado, but I prefer lomo saltado. You can also do cuy saltado if you really want to get fucking wild with it. But it's a Peruvian dish. And it's just baller. So yeah, it's basically stir fry with French fries. Yeah. Like you just onions, tomatoes, sauteed with lomo, which is just steak, beef. Saute that with some chili or whatever, garlic, soy sauce, red wine vinegar, finish with some cilantro, and toss all of that. Then put French fries in and toss that. So just all of the juices from the stuff cooking and the soy sauce and the red wine vinegar all soak into the French fries at the last second. Top that with some cilantro. Put that on a plate with some salsa verde and some white rice, and you have yourself some lomo saltado. Peru is a wild place, man. Fucking, you got indigenous cuisine, potatoes, Chinese and Japanese immigrants, way back, like a couple hundred years now, Chinese immigrants. So you have the Western influence, like the Spaniard influence, the European influence. You have the indigenous Peruvian influence, and you've got like Chinese influence on top of that. Peruvian food is fucking baller, man. Yeah, one of my favorite dishes. It's very simple. One of my favorite dishes of all time, lomo saltado. So yeah, rice is fine, but I get down with the potatoes more. Yeah, the South Americans have my heart. Anyway, this is amazing. He can't get into the U.S. because our system just flags his name.
Stop him from being banned from entering the United States of America. May 20th, 2019. A magnificent day for the Koshin religion. Just like Emperor Hirohito's first radio broadcast in 1945, thousands of Japanese people eagerly awaited the voice of their god Karasawa on TV. NHK had produced a 1-hour documentary detailing all of the ways Karasawa was trolled over the past 7 years. In the documentary, Karasawa plays the role of a very competent, compassionate, and handsome lawyer who did absolutely nothing wrong. The documentary ends with Karasawa making amends with one of his trolls and forgiving him in magnanimous Christ-like manner.
I know you're a good person.
And of course they leaned into it. Of course they leaned into it.
At heart. I want you to keep looking up, to keep moving forward, no matter what people say.
Thank you.
Come here. Humans, we have such tender souls, don't we? And that's why it's of the utmost importance that we fight against online slander.
Somebody at NHK understood the assignment. They're like, turn him into a god, turn him into like a bodhisattva sort of situation, right? Yeah, that's fucking, somebody at NHK understood the assignment. They're like, dude, let's just make him perfect. Let's make him like, holy. Fucking, yeah, fucking, somebody at NHK was on payroll, man. They understood. I mean, Fenrir, Oaxacan cuisine is probably the supreme cuisine of humanity. But I mean, I love it all, but Mexican food, specifically Oaxacan cuisine, is probably the best thing we have as a species. But yeah, I like I said, the South Americans hold a very special place in my heart. Specifically Peru.
In the real world, Karasawa's increased profile landed him some big-time clients, including this guy, the leader of a party whose sole purpose is to destroy the NHK.
Oaxaca is a state within Mexico.
The TV station that just made a 1-hour documentary about Karasawa.
Hi, NHK op. NHK op. NHK op.
Next, Karasawa created a defamation-oriented legal help website called Digital Tattoo, which probably refers to information on the internet being hard to erase, like the stigma of a tattoo. After that, Karasawa used his fame to become a YouTuber. He uploaded videos teaching people the law, some gaming videos.
Hello, YouTube.
God, you suck. Get good, sweaty.
And then quickly transitioned into this.
Hello, everyone. The famous Karasawa art is now available as NFT. Who's Takahiro Karasawa? What? Haven't you heard of Karasawa the lawyer? No way!
No way!
He's a cool Japanese lawyer who surprisingly got the second largest number of death threats in the world, only...
Yes, that spelling, Oaxaca, is pronounced Oaxaca. Yeah.
After the singer Justin Bieber.
Yeah, this is some random thing.
Largest number of death threats in the world, only after the singer Justin...
He's got the second largest... Your claim to fame is how many death threats you've had. I've had the second most amount of death threats in the world.
Bieber.
Yeah, this is some random thing that he repeats every chance he gets. There's no source for it. Even this TV graphic says, information from the internet, source unknown.
This popular art is used everywhere in Japan. You can also find the adorable figure online, or even on ransomware.
Karasawa even had a chance to debate Hiroyuki, the founder of 2channel and the owner of 4chan. Hiroyuki attacked Karasawa for pretending like he didn't know why people targeted him, and Karasawa ended up getting quite flustered. 4 years later, he was still upset with how it went.
4 years later, he's still bitching about it.
Although it's now been 12 years since Yagami posted his acceptance letter online, Koshin followers still maintain their wiki, hosting over 1,600 pages and being edited daily. They still visit Yagami's house on a weekly basis, reporting back on the state of his mom's laundry, and sometimes even talking to his dad about, well, I guess I should tell that story in part 2, which is free on my Patreon. You don't have to pay, just click the link in the description. Thanks for watching, and...
That was amazing. That was amazing. I'll just post my personal information to win an argument on a Chan board. I'm sure that will go fine. But the hilarity of it is the unexpected protagonist of the story, right? The lawyer swoops in to basically save that dude. He really did actually save him, even though he didn't do much to save him. He took the heat. He took the heat. The original dude managed to sort of get out because the lawyer turned out to be such a fuckwit that he drew all of their attention and ire. And they've spent the last decade and a half, 2 decades, fucking with him nonstop. It's impressive. It's impressive. Oops. Why am I? How does she even have that? The greatest thing to ever happen, to ever come out of 4chan, right? The greatest thing they ever did was was actually adjacent to the MAGA stuff. It was He Will Not Divide Us. They literally broke Shia LaBeouf. They broke him. Yeah, that is the funniest thing to ever happen on the internet. It was the height of their weaponized autism. It was the height of their capabilities of operational security measures, and it just, holy fuck, all just to troll Shia LaBeouf. That was astounding. Yeah. I mean, one of the times they found it was within the hour it went up. Fuck, I'm gonna put it in the middle of the desert. Good luck with that. We'll put it in the middle of a Norwegian forest, in a cabin, on a wall, with nothing else showing. We're gonna find that too. Fucking, it just, that was quite the saga. Hey, Ram. Why am I seeing? Oh. Put it in some random guy's house and find the house. Yeah. Did you guys see the weirdo in cooking on Discord? It's nothing crazy there at all. Dude, I started scrolling back and I'm like, how far does this go? What is going on? All I saw was this weird rant about it's bizarre how people kill animals and then eat them. Food culture is oddly hedonistic. Fuck, it's not because of health or flourishing concerns, because of taste factor. This poison sure does melt in my mouth. I'm like, what? I just came in. I'm like, fuck, when did we pick up another vegan? When did this happen? Who is this person? Where'd they come from? I don't recognize this name. Oh. They're in the walls. Yeah, apparently. Fucking yeah, and then they're like, I'm not sure how you're feeling, but I assume it might be insulted, judged, or defensive. Is that curator? Okay. All right. Adjust accordingly, I guess. Oh man. No, Malachi, you're fine. They asked if you had an MD PhD. Did you say yes, Red? Did you just lean into it? Did you just be like, yep? Dude, for the newbies, don't deny it. Don't tell them it's a meme. just be like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude, you just gotta lean into that shit, man. Just fucking be like, yep, MD, PhD, and I'm a doctor of veterinary medicine. Yeah, just fucking lean into that shit, man. Well, I'll yes and that shit all day, every day. Fucking. Yeah, in fact, not only is Red like insanely degreed, like they literally like created an entirely new field of study. Like there's an ology named after them, sort of shit. Well, yeah, I'll lean into that every day, all day, every day, baby. Let's see. God, I kind of want to watch that again. It was so unhinged, and I laughed so hard the first time I saw it.
We come from Israel. Our people come from Israel. You have come your people.
Zionism is a political movement which is causing bloodshed.
What are you talking about? That's where our family is from. I'm from Israel. How can you hold that flag?
This is because the actions of the Zionist people, they are responsible for
bloodshed. What are you talking about? That's where our ancestors.
We lived in a beautiful peace.
What flag is that? How can you say that? You're a Jew.
We lived in a beautiful peace with Palestinian people for hundreds of years.
How can you say that? You're not a Jew. You're not a Jew. How dare you? How can you say that? You're Jewish. How can you shame your own people?
We're all Jews here. He was against Judaism.
We're all Jews here. Right? Yeah, so how are they saying that?
Because they believe in God. I'm Jewish. I'm standing here.
I don't want that. That's our country.
And the Talmud says not our country like that.
That is our country. How dare you say that about our own people? What's wrong with you? Fuck you.
The first time I saw that, I was in the kitchen and I had just taken a fucking drink and I spit. I did a spit take when she fucking turns. She's so confused. It's her confusion that makes me laugh so hard. She's so confused by it. Like, it's the fact that she cannot, like, it just does not compute that these dudes are like super Jew. they're like super Jew. The Hasidim is like everything she have ever learned about Judaism. These guys are like super Jews in her eyes. She's just not aware of the like ideological and theological underpinnings of the orthodoxy of Judaism and how they feel about the state of Israel and Jewish people being able to return to that land, and how there's religious context and teachings to this. She's ignorant of that. And the look on her face, she is so confused by them. And yeah, when she spins around and it's just, I spit take the first time I saw it. I was laughing. I started laughing so hard. I'm like, she legitimately does not understand this. This isn't like the typical sort of interaction between Zionist and Orthodoxy. This isn't the like, bad faith one. This woman legitimately is confused. She does not understand. And that to me is the funniest part. She just, what? It's like, have you never interacted with the Orthodoxy before? They're very strict on this matter. Yeah, okay, I can hook it up. Yeah, they're very strict on this matter. Like they have been cast, as far as the Orthodoxy, as far as the Hasidim is concerned, right? As far as the Hasidim is concerned, the Jewish Jewish people broke covenant with God, and as such they were cast out from the Holy Land as part of their punishment. And until the return of the Messiah, and until they meet a set of requirements, and until the return of the Messiah occurs, they are not to return to that land. Any attempt to return to that land is a violation of God's will and a further break of the covenant that they, as a people, as a followers of that faith, made with their Lord. And so they're very, very opposed to the idea of a Jewish home, like a Jewish state, because they're not allowed to return there as far as they're concerned. They can go there, they can pray there, they cannot live there. They can go to the wall, they can pray, they can do all that sort of stuff, but they are not allowed to return to there. They are not allowed to live there and claim it as their own yet. And so they're very strict on this matter, much like the Orthodoxy is strict on all things, right? They're very, serious about this stuff. And so they see it as a further violation of the covenant made with God. And so, it's a life or death matter for them. It's their souls. If you listen to the really hardcore Orthodox rabbis, they will then use this as justification or reasoning, not justification necessarily, but they'll tell you that this is part of the reason that Jews will continue to suffer. They will look at crimes against Jewish diaspora and say, because you continue, not because of psychology, but because of you continue to flaunt defiance in the face of our Lord. You continue to break the covenant. Therefore, we as a people continue to suffer. This is a part of our punishment. The more the child is defiant, the more you have to punish them, to bring them back into line, to bring them back into obedience. This is how they view the world. And they say some wild shit. Orthodox rabbis get up to some wild stories. Let's just put it that way. And so, yeah, it's always interesting to watch. Yep, Caboose. It's always wild to watch a sort of culturally and sort of reform Jewish person interact with the Hasidim on this matter, because it gets weird. No. Boost did not.
You don't speak English. What is wrong with them? How are you guys like?
That's the part. Every time it makes me fucking laugh. It makes me laugh. Like, she's ignorant of her own faith. She's ignorant of the nuances of, like, her own people. Like, that makes me laugh. It does.
How are you guys like this? How are you guys like this? Genocide. This is not what This is not the truth. This is not shame. You guys are monsters. Shame on
Oh, every time, man. That video makes me laugh. It really does. Oh, just like legitimately confused by it all. Oh, Robbo. From herself. Yeah, she'd probably, if left to her own volition, she'd probably end up a melted puddle on the ground. She'd just be curled up having an anxiety attack on the fucking ground at that point. And you'd be like, dude, I need to protect you from yourself, right? You are not okay here. You are not equipped to deal with this emotionally, intellectually, spiritually. This is not the space for you. So let me just escort you out. It's okay, guys. I got her. I'm just going to take her, maybe, get her a fucking cup of tea or something. let her have her moment. Just breathe in, breathe out. Cause she was not doing okay. No, Malachite, no. And not because of some ideological underpinnings. I think that they are afraid of being accused of anti-Semitism. Yeah. I think it's a very effective tool, and the likes of like AIPAC and that sort of thing so wields it very effectively. People are afraid of being labeled with that one. It is a fucking very effective weapon. And so, yeah, I think the libs will absolutely just toe that fucking line. And I mean, libs being okay with genocide. What else is new, right? MLK Jr. letter from a Birmingham jail territory, right? The white moderate is the problem. Less than the Ku Klux Klaner and the citizen, counselor. The white moderate is the problem. They have no problem standing by while legions of people are marginalized, oppressed, repressed, genocided. Perfectly normal for them. Yeah, they won't do shit. Welcome back, Altered. Hope it was a good nap. She needs to hit a pumpkin spice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Crimson, it's at least self-consistent, which is all any of us can ask for, right? It's at least self-consistent. Shadow. Depends on the person, depends on the technique, depends on the management. Your mileage may vary.
I'm Jewish on my mom's side, Italian on my dad's side. I'm part of a secret group that runs the world's plumbing. That's an example. of an anti-Semitic joke. And I bring that up because that's what anti-Semitism used to mean. It used to mean you'd say, oh, Jews, they run the banks, they run Hollywood, they're all cheap, they all have big noses. But then something changed. Something changed, and now anti-Semitism seems to mean criticizing Israel in any way, shape, or form, which feels different. I mean, now if you say something like, oh, I think Israel should stop bombing innocent civilians, some people are like, that's a stereotype. Not all Jews shouldn't bomb innocent civilians. It's a tricky thing because it can be hard to separate criticizing Israel from people who are being anti-Semitic. But you know, that's the problem with the ethno-state. It would be like if there was a country entirely comprised of furries. What happens someday, they invade you and you're like, hey, knock it off. And they're like, that's kink shaming. I had a big dinner with the Jewish side of my family. They called it Rosh Hashanah or some shit. Somehow I got seated right next to my grandfather. So my mom, she texted me at the beginning of the meal. She said, please, 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 do not talk about Israel. And I said, fine, I don't need to talk about Israel. Instead, I just gradually encroached on my grandfather's plate. He offered me some of his food, but I was not interested in a 2-plate solution. No. I wanted the whole fucking thing. And somebody got annoyed. He brushed my hand away, so I punched him in the face. Israel's done a very good job of labeling any criticism of them as anti-Semitic, and you know, I think it's everything going on. It's brutal. There's nothing good about it, but I do try to see the silver linings in things. Now, whenever my girlfriend gets mad at me, I accuse her of anti-Semitism. And you might be thinking that surely that can't work because you know your girlfriend's Jewish. They get a solution for that too. I go, you're a self-hating Jew. She got mad at me. She made lunch for herself the next day. I got hungry, ate it the night before, and she started yelling at me. I was like, baby, Hamas was in the Tupperware.
Jean-Marco. I'm sorry, Shadow. That sucks. Yeah, do what you can. It'll work. It just depends on you, man. Depends on you. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. Funny guy is funny. I understand that, Shadow. Like I like legitimately understand that. Like at a spiritual level, I understand that. But also make friends with it. Make friends with it. Where was it? Yes. There we go. That's the one I wanted.
If you agree with that? All right, guys, listen. Everybody stop. I don't use the word apartheid because nobody knows what it means. Very few people actually know what apartheid means, because if you actually know what apartheid is, you would know that Israel's an apartheid state, because it fits the definition of apartheid. People get upset Because they don't know what the definition of apartheid is. If South Africa says you're an apartheid, you're an apartheid, bro. If you don't know what apartheid is a system of racial segregation. And the reason why people deny that Israel is an apartheid state is because they say that, Arabs have equal rights in Israel, which first of all is not really true. They face a lot of systematic discrimination. But even if you took that at face value, you have to look on the other side of the wall. On the other side of the wall, there's Palestinians who have no rights. And those Palestinians are under occupation by Israel, so by definition, Israel is supposed to be providing them rights.
Robbo, there is a strain of human in this world that does not seem to comprehend that this makes you more powerful. That everybody is looking at that person, right? The room is oriented so that everybody's looking at the person with the microphone. Everybody in the room can hear the person with the microphone. Everybody's generally there to listen to the person who has the microphone. The power dynamic is innately and intentionally configured for that. And yet, there is a strain of human being in this world that thinks they can go to a situation where that dynamic is in play and somehow come out on top. Hecklers are amongst these people. Never cease to amaze.
And if they're not, it's an apartheid state. The easiest way.
Palestinians are threatening the safety of people.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. Okay.
Right? Like, this is just entitled bitch privilege. Like, this is entitled bitch syndrome. Sitting right in the front row and just starts talking to the comedian. Just starts talking to him, right? Just fucking, it's like, I'm sorry, what? It's like, oh, nice to meet you. What's going on?
That's all. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you. Okay. That's awesome. I'm so glad you came and sat in the front. This is like a gift. Are you spiritual? This is like a gift. This is amazing. Did you come here for the show to have this moment? Amazing. Amazing. It was random.
Israel left Gaza.
Israel left. Okay, good, great. So let's.
She still doesn't understand what's just happened. The whole room understands what's just happened. She still doesn't understand what's happened. He's like, this is a gift. Are you spiritual? Do you believe? Like, she thinks he's asking about religion and shit. And he's like, cool. Thank you. I'm about to do what I do.
Let's go back to the joke I just did, right? Israel left Gaza in what year?
I don't know.
You don't know. Exactly. It was 2005.
Palestinians or the Gazans there voted for Hamas.
I'm getting upset because you're in the front row. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's.
Look at me. I don't have the game. I'm not a Palestinian. I'm not a Jew. But
That's fine. That's fine. You just have to be a human being, right? You just have to be a human being. Right? Right? Yes. Arabs have walked away. So you identify as a Zionist, right?
No, I try to be neutral.
You're not trying too hard. Yeah. You disagree that Israel is an apartheid state. Okay, but
I don't know what apartheid is.
You know what apartheid is. Okay, great. You just said you don't know what apartheid is, yet you interrupted me because you said that Israel is not an apartheid. So, you didn't say that.
Palestinians are always threatening.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Ignorant, obviously ignorant, but nonetheless, here, October 7th. Guys. Relax. Trust me, this makes for a better show. We'll get to all those things you said in my bits, but here's the point. I was up here saying that Israel's an apartheid state, and you interrupted saying something that is irrelevant to the fact that Israel's an apartheid state, okay? If you want to build a wall for whatever reason, if you think it's for your safety concerns, that's fine, you build a wall, and you want to occupy the neighboring region, do that. It's illegal by international law, but if you do that, just know they're under your jurisdiction, and by law, because they're under your jurisdiction, it's an apartheid state, because they don't have rights. So, now you know that. Take that part home, we'll cover the rest in a minute, okay? Okay? For people who don't know what apartheid is, let me explain it to you. If I were to go visit my family in the West Bank, and we wanted to go to where my grandma was born and raised, inside Israel, she came from a city called Jaffa, we would have to cross through military checkpoints. Me, an American city, I'm the whole city. An American citizen would have to go through military checkpoints where literally machine guns above our head, like with surveillance, doing like humiliating things like strip searching us as we go, just to go inside and visit the family, which, you know, obviously you would say is for reasons of safety, whatever. I have to go through that even as an American city. Even as an American city. I am the city of San Diego. Okay? But that's the point. Like, even if I took this whole city with me, we would have to go through the military checkpoints. And we're coming from the West Bank, which is under Israeli occupation. So it's under Israeli jurisdiction, but yet we don't have the same rights that Israeli citizens inside of Israel have. I would just want to go and visit the land that my grandma grew up on. And now I didn't grow up on it, yeah, but she grew up on it, and she's told me stories about it. And so I feel connected to it. It's a part tied to me. She got it. She got it. You got it. You got it. Okay. 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 See, this is fun. Okay. Okay. I perform for people who agree with what I'm saying, and I perform for a lot of people who don't. I tour everywhere. I get a lot of heat for the things that I say, but most of it's online, so I feel safe. One guy DM'd me, he's like, Sammy, does your tour fund Hamas? And I was like, first of all, how did you know? Secondly, no, I'm not involved with the transferring of money to Hamas. That's more of Netanyahu's thing. People ask me questions about Hamas like I know them personally. Like I hit them up after the show, I'm like, yeah, boys, it went well. Yeah. They received the message. I'll call you later. I don't know Hamas. None of y'all ever seen a Hamas. Okay? They out there, you just can't see them. That's kind of their brand, you know? People ask me my opinion on, they want to know a Palestinian's opinion on Hamas. It's like, why do you care about opinions? Why don't you just ask what they are objectively? And I'll tell you that. Hamas is a resistance group from Palestine. One of many, many resistance groups from Palestine, because Palestine has been under occupation for decades. And that leads to the formation of resistance groups. It's not unique to Palestine. It happens everywhere. But there's a reason why you know about Hamas. Because Hamas was chosen. It was Netanyahu's favorite. Netanyahu allowed cash infusions to flow into Hamas from Qatar in order to make the two-state solution impossible. This is not a conspiracy theory. It is soundbited on the internet. The Israeli regime under Netanyahu has this love-hate relationship with Hamas because it's their proposed enemy, but they built it up. And they even came up with a pet name for it. They call it Hamas for some reason. We don't know. Arabs, this perplexes us because we have the Kha sound too, but it's not in that word, so we don't know where it came from. They let this money flow into Hamas, they call it Hamas, so we're like, where did the K come from? They paid for it, apparently. The problem is, the mainstream media was able to push this narrative onto people like you and I, that the people of Gaza, for some reason, are complicit in what's going on, that for some reason they deserve what's happening to them because they, quote, like you said, they voted for Hamas. Let's unpack that statement. They voted for Hamas. All of them, even the babies, crawled out to the polls, scribbled in Hamas, got their little green lollipop and went home. Half of Gaza's population is under 18. Okay? So, because of a high birth rate, yes, this is partially true, because of a high birth rate. Also because refugees have been pushed out from other parts of the region into Gaza. That's why there's a lot of people there. But yes, the Gaza birth rate is high. Some people often say it's only one or the other. It's actually both. Palestinians be doing it. Survival. If you don't believe me, look up Gaza birth rate. It is high. They voted for Hamas. Half of the population is under 18, which is already a minority of people. You already know that less than 50% of them voted. So it's like extremely inhumane to say they voted for Hamas, this is what they want, when half of the population isn't even of voting age now, okay? Because did anybody look into that election? 17 years It was one election, and it was in 2006. Do you remember who you voted for in 2006? No, because it was a midterm year. Nobody gives a right? Nobody remembers who was on the ballot in 2006. And so let's unpack this trope even more, because if you look at the statistic, half of the population isn't even of voting age now. meaning like 75% of the population wasn't even voting age then. And then within that 25% of the population, 40% of the people who showed up to vote that day voted for Hamas. That's of the people who showed up. Let's say 80% of the voting population showed up. So that's 20% of the total population now. And 40%. What's 40% of 20%? Come on, you may not be on the side. You gotta be on the side of math, right? It's 8%. At most, 8% of the people living in Gaza voted for Hamas. So do you understand how f***ed up it is to say they voted for Hamas when literally it was just 8% who voted for Hamas? Right? Let's think about that.
Stealthy, were you not here at the fucking beginning? She straight up told him. She came there to have that argument. She sat in the front row to come argue with him. She straight up says it.
It's racist, right?
She started mouthing off, and he's like, "Is that why you came here?" She's like, "Yeah."
Why is it? It's racist, right? Why is it? It's bad math, correctly. I mean, yeah, like bad math usually leads to racism, right? Like, think about racist tropes we have here in the United States. What's a racist trope? You want to give me one? You're good at them, so you want to give me one? And it's a comedy show. We're all very accepting. We know that you don't actually feel that way, but just give us one that we've heard before. Or who wants to give you one? Who wants to give me one?
Women of color are all on welfare.
To go out there and say that women of color are all on welfare, when if it was only 8% of them, still, a lot. I'm sure it's not that much, but that would be fucked up to say that. So, what's that? Who? Where are you from, by the way?
APAC.
San Diego.
Dude had the yes and ready.
Where are you from, by the way?
APAC.
San Diego.
Dude had it locked and loaded. Dude had it locked and loaded.
Oh. That's a lot to unpack. Okay. You're from San Diego. That's fine. I identify as mainstream American too. Honestly, I'm not like a full left or right. I like to see. What's that?
I bet you are left.
You bet I'm left? Why would you think that I'm left? I have 17 guns at home. Okay? That's not a threat. That's not a threat. That's not a threat. I didn't vote for Hamas. But I have 17 guns at home. That's funny. She's like, you look like a lib because you care. No, you don't know my views. I'm actually a very balanced perspective, but I do know facts and I do like math. So that dictates the things that I do say. And when I don't know shit about it, I shut the fuck up. Kind of a good rule to follow in general. But you now understand why saying that they voted for Hamas is messed up. You at least agree with that part now based on the math, or you still fit that?
All elections are based on who turns out, right? Every election.
Yes, perfect. This is exactly where I'm going to go next. Okay, so listen. Can you imagine being held accountable for somebody you voted for years ago? Let's think about this, okay? The first time, yeah, exactly. This poor man. I've seen your ballots, okay? This guy voted for Ted Cruz one time. He's done some damage to the fabric of our democracy, but he's still a good guy, and he's working on it. Can you imagine being held accountable? I'll tell you, the first time I was allowed to vote in the general election was 2004. I'm an old man. 2004 was the first time they let me at the polls. Boy, was I ready to flex my democracy. I was like, let's go. Who we got? Oh man, 2004, we had the privilege. We had the honor of being able to vote for two stellar options. Mr. John F. Kerry. Yeah, you heard me right. Kerry, not Kennedy, okay? John F. Kerry. My best impression of him is moi. Gen Z, if I showed you a picture of John F. Kerry, you'd be like, who is that car salesman? I have no idea who that guy is. Did he replace AC units? What does he do? John F. Kerry was the Democratic candidate of 2004, and it was him up against the one, the only, the irreplaceable George W. Bush. Okay? Yeah. It was literally the worst election aside from all the ones that came after it. It was
tech. That's what hecklers do not understand, is that with a competent orator, you don't even need to be a comedian. With a competent orator, a heckler feeds them. That's why he just straight said. He's like, this makes for a better show. This is good. This is a gift. He literally said the words, this is a gift. Do you believe in spirituality? Like, this is a gift to me. Hecklers do not understand what they do helps the person on the stage. Welcome back, Gemma, and good job. Yeah. She has no idea.
Really, really bad. But that's just how elections are. You never get good options. You get the options who make you want to vomit the least. You know what I mean? You pick who makes you vomit the least. And if you get juiced for a candidate, there's something wrong with you. I'm sorry. Politicians are wired to, in some shape or form, manipulate you and lie you, even the good ones. So if you get excited about a politician, I'm happy for you, but go to a therapist. Now, that was who was on the ballot in 2004, okay? But America, like you're right, it's about who the population votes for. America, we're a strong country, we're a wise country, we're a moral country. Don't look it up. But we...
Citation needed.
We saw those options, all the options in 2004, and collectively we came together and we did the right thing. We said enough is enough, 4 more years of the W. We saw the economy tanking, heading towards a recession rapidly. We saw war in the Middle East. We saw, 9/11. We're like, fuck it, let's see what happens. Just 4 more years. We voted for him a second time. Well, technically a first. But we wanted 8 years of back-to-back work. Now, I don't know if you know about the W. Okay, but he did not do great, okay? In fact, he did some bad. If you don't know about the bad things that W did...
Welcome in, coughing. Oh my God. Oh.
Make some friends from Iraq, okay? They will make it very clear to you. Be ready for some cursing, okay? Because he messed up Iraq. For real, man. Like, people from Iraq, they hate the W, they hate his dad, they hate the whole Bush dynasty, okay? They've even banned bushes in their yards, okay? It's only trees and grass in Iraq, no bushes, okay? They're all clean shaven down there. They hate the Bush. Can you imagine? I know this is tough for mainstream America, but can you imagine that Iraq somehow got the capability to invade America? Perhaps with the help of a local proxy. I won't name any names. I'm not going to tell you who it is. I ran from that option. Let's say they got together the military capability, but they could only afford to invade one state, so they choose Wisconsin. Okay? Yeah. So they touch down in Wisconsin, start bombing indiscriminately, cheese everywhere. Okay? They're blocking aid via Lake Michigan, no deep dish getting in. Right? And they're just targeting poor, innocent Wisconsinians. Like, oh my gosh, golly, like everywhere you go. And I happen to be in Kenosha, Wisconsin that night with my shit luck. I'm performing at the Chuckle House Kenosha, the nation's worst comedy club, at the worst time. And the Iraqis touch down to invade. And I'm no hero. I'm gonna run. I'm not gonna defend you, okay? I'm gonna go home to my 17 guns. I'm gonna run from the Iraqis. I'm gonna run down an alleyway. And they're gonna chase me. And I'm gonna run and I'm gonna run and I'm gonna run until I hit a dead end. And I'm just gonna have to turn and face them. And when I have to turn and face them, all I'm gonna be able to say is, why? Why? Why are you doing this to me? Why are you wreaking this carnage on me and all of my people? We did not do anything to you. Why are you doing this to us? And then they're just like, because you voted for George W. Bush in 2004. Like, what the Bush? Like, you're still thinking about that? And I'm like, no, I I didn't vote for George W. Bush. I voted for independent candidate Ralph Nader. And they're like, yes, but everybody knows a vote for Nader is a vote for Bush. Like, come on, man. And there's just further proof that no matter where it is, the two-party system sucks ass. You are literally spitting out straight up APAC talking points.
No, she's not.
You don't think so?
She is. I think she's making a lot of really good ones.
Whoa! Apparently they come in a pack.
Not all introduced to talking points.
I agree.
Yes. They're also talking points. I appreciate she has the courage to speak up.
Yeah.
It's very complicated.
Oh, my favorite type of person. It's complicated. Oh, those are my favorite type of people.
It shouldn't be minimized and patronized to people that are really struggling with the important issues that you're taking. Exactly.
Patronized. The word is patronized. You are a patron of a store. To patronize a store means to go there, shop there, interact with them, engage in commerce. To be patronized is to be talked down to, as if you are ignorant and know nothing. Patronized.
I think we all agree on that. I think we all 100% agree.
My favorite thing to do is to do that to somebody who mispronounces that word. That's my favorite thing to do, is to talk down to somebody who mispronounces that word. It's so great when somebody fucks that one up.
Yes, that's true as well. But this is what I don't understand. See, sir, this is why I'm talking, because if you agree with that? The Arabs and Muslims are atrocious. Do you agree with that part? All right.
Look at white dude. Look at white dude. You have to.
All right, guys, listen. No. Everybody, stop. Everybody, quiet. This is my show. Listen, first of all, I respect you guys for coming to the show and sitting in the front row. Obviously, you don't agree with the things that I'm saying. That's fine. I don't. Yeah. Do you? Okay. Hey, well, nice to meet you. Okay, so you brought her to kind of to get a little like a different. That's awesome. Okay.
I'd reevaluate that friendship. Real quick. I don't understand people like that. I really don't. Like, that's one of my things. People are like, well, you have to accept your friends for who they are. You have to accept your family for who they are. It's like, no, I cut that motherfucker off. 100%. Like, I don't like, I'm sorry. My friend actively supports genocide. Not a friend. We're going to have some tough conversations. I'm going to harp on that shit until the friendship cracks. Yeah. Yeah, it's you got to prune that fruit from the tree. Elliot, maybe for some.
Hey, look, you find out a lot about your friends when you come to the comedy show, right? We learn things that we never knew, you know?
Yeah,
okay.
Of course we heard.
You have to understand, okay? We don't have to agree on everything. The reason why I made an issue about it is because when you heckle or when you say something in the middle of the joke, it becomes different jurisdiction. You know what I'm saying? Like if we were just having a conversation on the street and it's like, I don't know you, you don't know me. It's like, obviously we're not going to agree on the same things, you know what I mean? But I'm in the middle of like constructing and building a narrative and it's interrupted with a counterpoint, which is fair, which is fine, but not at the comedy show, right? We can do it in a DM exchange. We can do it for that reason. When we're at the show, it is under my jurisdiction. You could say that you are all under my jurisdiction. And as an occupier, it is my duty, specified under international law, to take care of you, okay? And so that's why, with love, I say all of these things, because I think you're great. I think that you do strive for balance, and I think that you do want to see the nuance and look in the perspective. But I think that you also were saying a lot of things that people here who know a lot about the situation and are clearly biased towards Palestine have heard these sound bites used perpetually to defend the stripping of human rights of an entire population of people. Please, I speak what I think is justice. Everybody has their own opinion of justice. I speak on what I think is justice. By the way, don't call me a social justice warrior. Please, don't call me a social justice warrior. I prefer social justice jihadi. It's fitting because
I hate him so much more than I hate her.
To take myself out of the process. I have sacrificed my show. What? It's hard being a social justice jihadi. You only get one shot. Thank you so much, Sam.
Oh, I just closed it. Hold on. You can just go to Sammy's YouTube page, but yeah. Oh shit, I just sent it to both. Sorry, I didn't mean to double that up. Yeah, that the white dude was he's so much worse than that fucking enlightened centrist bitch, right? Like the enlightened centrist bitch is just doing the both sides of fucking shit. The white knight white guy, fucking yeah, fuck that guy. Take him out back and fucking beat him with a hose, right? Like fuck that guy. I'll have the conversation with the hugely misinformed, ignorant chick all day, every day, over dealing with the random white guy who thinks it's his responsibility to be the protector and reassurer of the woman who dared fucking speak up. Dude, shut up. You're literally adding nothing to this. You've added nothing. She at least has like opinions. She at least has some shit to say. You're just like, you know, guys, we need to respect her. Do you not have a wife or a girlfriend? What are you trying to do? You trying to get your dick wet? What's your deal? What's your deal? Shut the fuck up. Unless you got actual opinions, unless you got some shit to say, I'm gonna need you to sit down and shut the fuck up, random white guy. Like, I hate that so much more than her. She's wrong. She's wrong, but we can work on that. We can work on that. Right? She doesn't know shit. He is just trying to protect the woman folk. Okay. Sure. Yeah, he said the word jihadi. Fuck that guy. Oh, but yeah, it's fucking Sammy. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. Popular. There we go. Let's turn this.
Before you left Egypt, or...
So you're not Arab, right? I don't think so. You're not Jewish.
Before you left Egypt, or fled Egypt...
So you're not Arab, right? I don't think so. You're not Jewish, right? I don't believe so. So you're not Arab or Jewish. Why do you care about Israel-Palestine?
Partly because I'm a human being. When the Vietnam War happened, in the course of that war, 3 million people died. And sometimes I wonder, what did people all over the world think? Like, people knew this was going on. There were anti-war movements, obviously, all over the world. But that war meant a lot to me, obviously. It totally changed my life and the lives of everybody I knew. And I would have liked to imagine that there were people all over the world who were not Vietnamese, had no connection to Vietnam, and they still cared because it was a human issue. They were all implicated because they paid the taxes. Yeah. That paid for the bombs. Yeah. And paid for the soldiers. Likewise, it's a human problem. It's a human tragedy that we've all seen, and we can't deny that it's happening. Now, we can pretend it's not happening.
Which we do.
Yeah. But, you know, in our minds, everybody knows it's happening. Yeah. Right? The test is, like, if something horrible was happening to you and your people, how would you want other people to respond?
The show is called Friday Night Semites.
Before you left Egypt...
The fact that you want to clutch your pearls about some kids breaking and cracking a window at Columbia University, but you have not said even one thing in solidarity with over 40,000 Palestinian dead bodies,
That's right.
15,000 of them children. You think I'm going to take you seriously because you worry more about a table or a chair than you do about actual human life? That's why we can't take you seriously.
Or the complete destruction of all universities.
Every university. That's what the kids are saying.
Not just the windows, like the whole thing.
Not a single university left in Gaza.
The question that I get a lot, does Israel have the right to exist?
That's a useless question. What is the purpose of this question? Is this supposed to scare me? All of these questions, does Israel have the right to defend itself? Does Israel have the right to exist? All of these questions are insincere and ingenuous, and it comes from a place of deceit and dishonesty. So all of these questions are tricks. The UK, tomorrow, if Scotland secedes, there's no more UK. Yugoslavia, overnight, got broken into 7 countries. This whole thing about does Israel have the right to exist,
Countries change.
it's a useless question, and it's meant to waste time, to get you into all of these labyrinth of questions, to avoid talking about the real issue, which is the occupation and the land theft and the aggression. This is the
I much prefer to just own it. Does Israel have the right to exist? No. No, it does not. No nation state has the right to exist. There's no ontological truth. There's no objective truth in which a nation state is given the ability and right to exist. No nation state has the right to exist. That's just how that works. America, Britain, China, fucking Taiwan, Israel, it doesn't matter. You name any of them. No nation state has the right to exist. Period. That's just how that works. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's an artificial construct. That's like saying, does the word right have the right to exist? No. No, it doesn't. It's a construct. Couldn't Israel have the right to exist? No. America doesn't have the right to exist. Fucking nobody has the right. No country has the right to exist.
I challenge people.
We have a
the LA Dodgers, that is correct. The LA Dodgers do not have a right to exist either. Go for it. Oh, if only Ohio wasn't real. Yeah, I saw it. I just... care, sweethearts. It has nothing to do with those people or how they feel. I like, did you see the top of the show? Did you see the beginning of the VOD? Like, I'm working a concerted effort to move people past that event. As an anarchist, it shouldn't matter. Like, the election is a I spent a long time talking about this for people. Like, that was our 1%. That was our day off. The election doesn't matter. It never did. There was no amount of Kamala or Trump that was going to change the prison industrial complex in an appreciable manner for us. So while I am empathetic and sympathetic to those that are captured by it and are currently enslaved by it, ultimately the entire talking point is a moot point for me at this point. It's time for anarchists and leftists, anarchists especially, to just, that was your day off. That was your 1%. That was your day off. Get back to it. If anything, start talking about prison abolition again, right? So get back to the work. As far as I haven't checked the Nevada ballot measures yet. I'm checking them now. Question 1 was whether to move the board of regents for the higher education away from the state constitution and move it under the auspices of the legislature, which was an attempt by conservatives in this state to try and alter and manipulate the Board of Education. That failed. The Board of Regents stays in the Constitution, and legislature does not gain authority over Nevada's colleges and universities. Question 2. Did we change the language on people with disabilities, updating the 1800s era terms with more modern terms? That passed. Did we address open primaries and ranked choice voting? That failed by 4.3%. We did not get ranked choice voting. Did we constitutionally ban involuntary servitude and slavery as punishment? Yes, we did. That will be constitutionally removed at the state level. Did we remove sales taxes from diapers? Yes, we did. Did we create a constitutional right to abortion in the state of Nevada? Ensuring that, and this is in the language, even in the face of a federal abortion ban, we will allow the practice. It allows for all 9 months, just in case. We passed that by quite a measure, actually. That will be a constitutional inclusion. We also did a voter ID thing. Passed that as well. So diapers are no longer subject to sales tax, both child and adult, by the way. No more slavery and involuntary servitude as punishment, and right to abortion enshrined. I'm depressed about the ranked choice voting. That would have been nice. So I already saw your shitty dad joke. Sorry, no, but anyway. Crimson, you know, I'll take the slavery and the abortion one, definitely. We already have gay marriage. We already have passed, tested, and upheld by the Supreme Court trans rights and the requirement for all insurances in our state to cover gender affirming care. That's already been passed, checked, attempted to be legally checked, and upheld at the Supreme Court level. So, yeah. No, it wasn't Malachite. Less people turned out to vote in total for both candidates. Yeah. It in fact, like, to the tune of like many millions of people less turned out, actually. Trump lost votes. Kamala lost votes over Biden. Yeah, well, a lot of, like, that's how I always talk, right? Like, down ticket is super important. And, like, the state of Nevada, we've got a bunch of stuff passed. We got a bunch of, like I said, I would have loved the open primaries and the ranked choice voting. It was a pipe dream. But I would have loved the open primaries and ranked choice voting for the state. Alaska managed to get it through, but we haven't yet. Lost it by like 7%. But the slavery got passed. The abortion got passed. So. I'm in Vegas. Nobody would bother. If somebody was marching around with an American flag in Vegas, they'd probably get run over. And not out of some weird political ideology. They'd just get run over. Like, that would just... It's not a smart thing to do that in Vegas. It's just like, why are you in the way? Yeah. It's a shame, Aspen. Yeah, the ranked choice motherfuckers don't understand that. There's no way this is ever gonna load for Lee Wolf. What is this? Huh, lovely. Nice garden. Like yeah, it's dangerous to be in the streets here. Like, you don't do that. Yeah, if you started marching around the fucking streets of Vegas, especially just carrying a flag, you'd just be, yeah, somebody would hit you, and it wouldn't be ideologically driven. Everybody in this city would just be like, what the fuck were you in the street for? Dude, motherfucker, people got to get to work. Like, why are you walking around in the street? Your dad was legit scared of ranked choice. Yeah, motherfuckers just don't understand that shit. What is Pawn Stars? Never heard of it. Some of y'all motherfuckers are too easy. Have you ever participated in a protest? One could say that I participated, yes. At most, I will tell you is that I was an Occupy organizer. Yeah, that's the beginning, middle, and end of what I will tell you. That is not the extent of what I have participated in. It is in no way the only movement I've participated in, but all I will say on that matter is that I was a primary group organizer for Occupy. So that I did, yes. I have seen the inside of the street. Where'd it go? I actually think I still have my balaclava. I mean, I know I do. I just think it's over here, actually. Like I said, I was pretty sure I still had it. The some of those, like the white bucket hat in there goes all the way back to high school. Yeah. Yeah, the white bucket hat has seen some proper degeneracy, some real partying, some real fucking partying that white bucket hat has seen. So, yeah. I've been around the block. I've been around the block long enough to not be deterred by yesterday. Just put it that way. Just resting my eyes. Sure. Let's see. There it is. Like, where's the thing? All right. See? Yeah, motherfuckers still be like, love, nothing but love to Radham, but he's doing like election post-mortem dissecting America. Yeah, that's not the vibe I want to, that's not the vibe. That's not the vibe. Good, Altered. That's the whole fucking point. That's the whole point. Glad I could help. I like I said, I was an Occupy organizer. I know my job. I know my job. And I hope I did it well today. So we'll clip that segment. We'll clip that top of the fucking stream. And we will turn it into something. We'll see what we can do with it. See you around. Maybe I'll be on Discord. Like I said, I got some video editing to do. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome. Good night to those. If you see me on Discord, you can always say hi. I'm sure you are aggressive in your defense. Some people don't appreciate that. I got time. Either way, take care of yourselves.